Good morning. Good morning. I double checked my microphone. Hello. What's going on? Welcome in, everyone. Hi, Prone. Hi, Razor. Hi, Beth. Thank you for wasting your carry coins. Always appreciated. What is everyone? What's today? Thursday. Holy shit. It's already Thursday. What have I done all week? Couldn't tell you. Could not begin to tell you. I can tell you my eyes won't stop watering. I think it's because I'm wearing my contacts today. I had a meeting. It feels like I've got a lash in my eye. Anyway, I hope everybody's having a good week. I'm doing okay myself. I would say I'm at like a 5 out of 10, I would say. It's been kind of a hard week, but all told, like, things could be way worse. That's where I'm at right now, is like reminding myself that, like, for all of the shit that I might be going through or dealing with, like, it could absolutely be worse. And for a lot of people, it is worse. There's always that. I know. I wasn't going to stream today, but I've been in this like rut of only streaming on like Saturdays. And I have no good reason not to be streaming. Like there's nothing like tangibly stopping me from streaming. So I'm trying to be more. What it is I have a harder time getting into it when I'm not in drag. Because my viewer count's always lower. People don't like get as into my streams, which that makes sense. I get it. But then it just makes it that much harder for me to like also get into it, you know? So, and then I end up like spiraling long enough that I'm like, well, it's too late now, so I'm just not going to stream. But that's, you know, that's life. That's nothing new. What else? I fixed the oven. You can see the clock is working now. I don't know what the hell happened to it, but it tripped the breaker. So I had to go down to our creepy ass basement. I've only been down there once, and it was when they were installing our internet. And I didn't have to go all the way down there. I was on like the bottom couple steps while the internet guy was down there. It's scary as hell down there. There's a random sink, a functioning like one of those really deep, it's like a contractor sink or something. One of those down there. There's a fridge. A working fridge. Like I could hear, I didn't open it because I was afraid. I was afraid to open it and see what was in there. A body, maybe. But there was a fully functioning fridge down there. I don't know why. There's no access to the basement other than through our apartment. Like, it's not one of those basements that there's like a door to from the outside. You have to go through my apartment to get into the basement. So that's what I'll be thinking about when I try to fall asleep tonight. But yeah, I just literally flipped the switch and it was fine. The oven is on its own breaker, which I guess is not uncommon, but I don't know what could have tripped it. I was cooking with it and it was fine. It was when it was not being used that it tripped the breaker. So I don't know what happened. But I'm glad it was an easy fix. I was afraid I was gonna have to text our landlord and be like, hey, we need a new stove when we've only been here for like 3 months. So I guess that's good. Yeah, it's a fully, well, I mean, it sounds like it's fully functioning. Like I said, I didn't look in it. It's one of those like, it's actually about the same size as our fridge, but it doesn't have a freezer. It's all one big door. And then there's a bunch of like shelves and things, but they look like, it looks like someone started to like demo everything down there and like tear everything down and then just stopped. It almost looks like someone had been planning to like put another apartment down there, like a little studio or something, and then decided not to. But it's an unfinished basement. Like, it's all dirt. There's water down there right now because it rained not too long ago. So I don't know. I understand now because I realized they've been doing showings. We have another showing tomorrow, trying to sell the place that we live in. And they haven't been bringing them down to the basement anymore. So like those chairs that you can see kind of in the background there, those are usually blocking the door to the basement. And so I can tell when they've gone to the basement because those chairs will be moved. They haven't been bringing people down to the basement. And I think it's because the basement looks like shit. And so if you're thinking about buying this place, I think the basement's enough to talk a lot of people out of it. So I don't think they've been bringing folks downstairs to show them the basement. Which I don't blame them, but that's also like, that feels shady. But I'm not the one buying the place. So although I thought about it, if I had the money, I would buy a place. And I would just live down here and then rent out the upstairs. Hi, Karen. Because then I could put a fence around the backyard and Goose would have a fenced in yard to play in. And I think he would like that very much. But I also don't have, they're listing this place, the listed, I can't remember the exact price, but it's over $300,000. And I don't have that presently. Much to my surprise. I do not, in fact, have enough money to buy this building. But fast preserves. No, girl. No, girl. I do think we are taking a new approach in terms of the job front, though. I'm still applying for jobs, and I still would love it if someone wanted to hire me for a full-time role. If anybody's watching, who might have a lead on a comfy little role in the DEI space, that would be very nice. But I'm also like shifting to this place where I'm like, what if I just didn't have like a full-time job and just did a bunch of random other shit part-time? So like streaming and drag, obviously. I'm back on my like personal trainer class that I've already paid for. So I'm at least going to finish that because I paid for it. So I should at least finish it. I also was looking, someone popped up on my TikTok who does, I can't remember the name of the company that she worked with, but she teaches English to kids in China. And she does it online, remotely, virtually. And it's like a contractor position so that you basically like make your own hours depending on the organization you work with. You can work as many or as few hours as you want. and they pay you like a certain amount of money per like class. So the class might be, I think with hers, the classes were like 25 minutes long. And it's all very simple. Like you're teaching children English. And it's all immersive learning. So you don't have to know Chinese. Or some of them work with like kids in Japan or Korea. Like you don't have to know any other languages to do it. So I've thought about doing that too. And what if I just did some combination of those things to pay my bills? Because here's my thing. I've had many jobs kind of pulled out from under me over the course of the last year where I started interviewing or I got to like the last round and then they said, oh, we're not filling this role anymore. So there's a part of me that's worried that I'm going to finally get a job eventually. And I'm going to get laid off from that job too. Because layoffs are still happening. People are still laying folks off. And wherever I end up, I'm going to be the new guy. And the work I do is often amongst like the first things targeted when companies go through layoffs. So even if I get a job, there's no like guarantee that I won't just end up in the same spot. Would I be able to set up health insurance? I would have to buy my own, but I don't have health insurance now, so I'm not really in a position where like I can be nitpicky about things like insurance and benefits. To be 100% honest. Like as nice as it would be. Not really something I have the privilege of doing right now. I've even had a hard time finding jobs that wouldn't require me to move because we're still doing that too. All these jobs are still like heavily leaning toward either in office or hybrid. And of course, they never tell you what hybrid means. So hybrid could mean there was one job I applied for yesterday that they said they expect people to be in office 4 times a month. So if and when I interview with them, my question is going to be, okay, so this is a company that's based in Boston. So does that mean that once a week I'd have to go to the office in Boston? Or could I go once a month for 4 days? I'm going to turn this light down too. I feel like it's washing me out. I can remember where the thing is. Oh, other way. That's a little better. So like there's no, the job descriptions are very limited in terms of how they like describe or explain what they mean by hybrid. So hybrid could mean you have to be in office 4 days a week. It could mean there have been jobs I've applied for that like hybrid literally just means remote, and then if there's like a all hands or something, they expect you to come into the office for that. I could do that, but I'm not uprooting myself and my dog to move to Seattle on the hopes that you're not going to turn around and lay me off, and then I'm in an even more expensive place to live without a job. I don't think. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, is like I'm less and less willing or able to like kind of compromise in a lot of ways, I guess, if that makes sense. So we'll see. We'll see. Some of these companies with the like teaching English, you don't even have to have like there's a certificate you can get if you take, it's like a 120-hour class for teaching English as a like second language. Some of them don't even require that. So we'll see. We'll see. I'm just less confident that like no matter where I end up next, it's going to be like I don't want to get laid off again and have it be a surprise. I don't want to have to go through the experience of like having the rug pulled out from under me like that. So I think for me, it's a matter of like having as many different things as possible that I can fall back on. Perfect world, if I could just snap my fingers and make it happen. This consulting job I'm doing, the consulting work I'm doing with this firm, I would just like to have more hours with them. If I could just get more hours than I'm getting now, I would be fine. And I could stay a contractor and not have to work like 40 hours a week. If I could get like 20 hours a week out of them, I'd be fine. I'd have to get my own insurance, but I'm less worried about that. I haven't had insurance for most of my life anyway, so I haven't, and this is probably not good. I haven't been to the doctor since I was in high school. Yeah, I've been to the ER a couple times, but like I haven't. Probably should, but I don't. Anyway, so that's what's going on with that. So I'm trying to make better use of my time. And that way too, I don't feel as much like I have to lean on Twitch. That's the other thing, is that like I don't like having to do like tipathons in order to pay my bills. Shocking. It's not fun to have to depend on like the generosity and ability of others to support you to continue to have a roof over your head. So some of these other things would be a little bit more one, consistent, but also I wouldn't have to like lean so heavily on Twitch and TikTok and content stuff, merch, all that shit. So and it'll make me more flexible in terms of like as things like ebb and flow. Like one like slow month on Twitch isn't gonna wreck me financially. So, trying to be a mature adult, trying to be a grown up, but also trying not to lose my shit on a daily basis. Speaking of, I'm so tired of going back and forth with people on the internet about this election. And I'm not going to get into it because I'm going to end up heated and pissed off, but I'm so tired of people. I guess maybe I'm realizing just how far left I've moved, even just in the last few years. Like I've always been a pretty like progressive liberal person. But the last, I would say like 5 years, and especially the last maybe 2 or 3 years since I left higher ed, I've really moved further and further left. And it's becoming really obvious with this election in particular, like seeing posts on like Facebook or Instagram from people who I used to know, or like I still know, but I don't talk to on a daily basis, but maybe I worked with when I was in higher ed. Seeing so many of these people who I thought were also like very social justice minded, very like forward thinking, who are still like trumpeting this like lesser of two evils thing blows my mind. How many times are we gonna have people like sell us this same like fear tactic, this like vote for Joe Biden or else we're gonna end up with Trump again? And it's like, I'm by no means like apologizing or like endorsing either of them. They both suck. But like beyond the like kind of stoking the alt-right, which he still does, like it's still happening. It's just not the president of the United States who's doing it. Like all of those things are still happening. For a lot of people, things haven't tangibly changed in the last 4 years from the way they were previous 4 years. And I was going back and forth with someone on Twitter about that, and someone who we're not friends. We follow each other. I think he used to work or did like freelance work for Microsoft when I did the Pride thing with them, when I got the Xbox controller. I think he's the one who designed the controller, maybe, or something like that. That's when I think I'm like connected with him, and he's very much like kind of running the same lines of like, well, Biden's done so much for like LGBTQ plus folks, and like he's not perfect, and there's always going to be work to do, but like at least he's not Trump. And it's like, I tried to like gently and thoughtfully call that in and be like, okay, what is it that you think he has done? And he sent me this link from the Human Rights Campaign, which the Human Rights Campaign is one of those giant nonprofits that like a lot of cis straight people will donate to organizations like the Human Rights Campaign because they've got the most notoriety. But if you look at what they actually have done for queer folks, most of us only hear from HRC when they're doing like a gala or when they're fundraising. I saw they kind of got blown up on TikTok because I can't remember exactly what it was, but they haven't really spoken out about Palestine. And that's kind of what I said. I was like, first off, the list of things that it was an article claiming like to be a rundown of Joe Biden's pro LGBTQ plus history. And for the last like 3 years, it listed things like, oh, he attended this gala. He called for the support of LGBT or trans youth. Okay. Saying that you support people isn't the same as supporting people, first off. Second, when you're the president of the United States, especially, we're going to need a whole lot more than just you saying, like, stop killing trans kids. When you are the president of the United States, you've got a lot more levers to pull than just making statements. He also pointed out, like, oh, he's done a lot on student loans. He pointed out, oh, student loans. Biden's forgiven a lot of student loans. And I was like, he's forgiven a fraction of what he promised he was going to forgive. Of course, then they were like, oh, well, the Senate stopped him. Okay, well, he has shown no problem at all with using his like executive power or executive orders to circumvent Congress to sell bombs to Israel. But for whatever reason, he can't or won't use that same power for any of these other things that he ran on. If you look at the things that Biden is like campaigning on, it's all the same shit that he got elected on. He's acting like the last 4 years he wasn't president, or that he didn't have the ability to do anything about any of these things. When at least for the first 2 years of his term, he had probably the strongest Democratic majority that we've seen in decades. And we were all riding the high of like, thank God it's not Trump. And then January 6th, that was probably his best opportunity to get anything done, and he got nothing done. Medicare can negotiate drug prices. Okay, great. We're still bombing Palestine. We're still helping to bomb Palestine, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Yemen. We are bombing, or it's our bombs that Israel is dropping on all of these places. But the answer that we keep getting is, well, you still have to vote for him because we don't want Trump. And it's like, high wheels, hello. When did me saying, like, I refuse to vote for someone who is actively supporting, engaging, and funding multiple genocides around the world turn into is the number going up? The number of crowns? I don't know. It says you've got 64. It's just wild to me how many people have resigned ourselves to like, well, we've only got 2 choices and these are the 2 that are before us, as though we don't have the ability to influence those things. Like, I don't want to vote for the lesser of 2 evils. I want better candidates. And it just feels like maybe the system has just been allowed to kind of run like this for so long that a lot of us just feel like we don't have the ability to influence this. But if enough of us actually tried, we could. Oh, I'm sure that's a big part of it, Razor. And I think the issue is both parties have disillusioned enough people into believing that the system works for them. It's something the Republicans, I think, do way better than the Democrats do. Trump is a great example. Trump has so many people convinced that he understands them, that he's one of them, and he has absolutely nothing in common with them. Rural white Mainers who were laid off from their like lumber mill job 5 years ago are convinced that this millionaire, billionaire who's probably never set foot in a lumber mill understands their struggle, and that if you vote for him, he's going to make sure that the system works for you. Biden does the same thing. It's particularly effective with the labor demographic because he's like good old Joe who like is very blue collar. His like demeanor and his type of humor very much is like kind of like charming to that particular group. But if you look at what they're actually doing, it's not benefiting any of us. This bullshit with TikTok is a prime example. The House of Representatives passed a bill that would force ByteDance, which is the company that owns TikTok, to either divest from TikTok, or, which would mean selling TikTok to somebody else, or that the United States would ban TikTok in the US. One, this is a great example of a time when Congress mysteriously can work very efficiently. Everything else takes forever. The Equality Act has been stalled in Congress for literally 5, 6, 7 years at this point. No one can seem to get it through. But the minute that we're talking about banning TikTok, I think the bill got introduced and it got voted for in the matter of a week-ish. So when they have a common enemy, things move real quick. And we're already seeing, what's his name? Steve Mnuchin, who used to be the Treasury Secretary under Trump, has already started trying to organize a group of investors to buy TikTok. So it's very clear that what they're hoping will happen is that ByteDance will have to sell TikTok, will sell it to an American company, which just like Meta and just like Twitter X, will then be able to better manipulate and influence the information that's available. This is all about the fact that people are using TikTok for things like keeping up with what's actually happening in Gaza, learning what's actually happening to Black and brown folks, to trans folks, because the United States can't control it. So the goal is to force a sale to what I'm sure will be a group of either already wealthy American businessmen or a group of people, including, I'm sure, at least a few United States senators, who will then turn around and profit off TikTok, but will also use TikTok as a propaganda tool. Just like, you know, the claim is that, well, China, like our data is not safe. We don't know that TikTok is protecting your data. We know for a fact that Meta, Facebook, and Instagram, and Twitter are not protecting our data. Facebook got slapped with a huge fine because they were selling our data. We know the United States companies are doing it, and no one's stopping them. No one's yanking Mark Zuckerberg up in front of the panel and telling him he's got to do something about it. It's only TikTok that they're worried about. It scares you to think of what would happen if Trump wins a lot more than if Biden does. I understand that, Razor, and I hope that this doesn't sound harsh. I would encourage you to consider why that is. And I think that's the reason the Democrats have been able to keep doing this for so long. Because enough of those of us who have relatively higher level of privilege might not necessarily see or experience the impact of these decisions. So those of us who are white, those of us who are cis, straight, born in the US, English native speakers, relatively well-educated, middle upper class, yeah, you're going to benefit from a lot of the systems that aren't going to change either way. Trump posted, this is why women were such a crucial demographic for Biden. Because it was finally clear to even some of these conservative women just how dangerous Trump was to them. Because it was finally, it's the adage, you know, they came for this group and then this group, and finally they came for me and there was nobody left to stand with me. That's where I think a lot of that comes from for folks, is that to those of us who don't live in a border state, who aren't undocumented immigrants or have loved ones who aren't trans, who aren't people who have to consider access to reproductive care. Biden's not that scary of an option. But if we actually listen to some of these folks who are much more impacted, the difference is, I mean, just, I think a good example is like the wall is still getting built. That was like Trump's whole thing. We're going to build the wall. Biden's whole thing was the wall's not going to work. Don't build the wall. Biden got elected. The wall's still getting built. I think I read, and don't quote me on this, I think Biden has built more of the wall than Trump did. And they're waiving the environmental laws that were holding up Trump. So the fact that this wall was supposed to go through like certain protected habitats and biomes and things like that, Biden is waiving those laws. He's permitting this wall to be built, even in places where it's going to damage, sometimes irreparably, like the habitat for certain like plant and animal life. This last bill he just proposed is actually the most strict immigration bill that we've had, he says, ever. I'm not an expert enough to substantiate that claim, but it is certainly much more strict than anything a Democrat has proposed. And his whole argument is, this is my bill. It's a great bill. It's going to secure the border. It's going to give us more checkpoints. It's going to give us more machines to check for fentanyl. It's going to give us more judges to better process claims. It's going to give the president the ability to shut the border if we have too many asylum claims come in at once. Those are all conservative policies. And of course, the Republicans are stalling it and refusing to support it because they don't want him to get a win on immigration. But we're at this point now where instead of being on the left, the Democrats are firmly on the right, and the Republicans want them to move further right. And Biden's trying to act like he's like this great moderate, and it's wild to me that it's working on so many people, because he's not. The Democrats in the U.S. have always been what would be more of like a center right even party in almost any other like Western democracy. If you took the like policy, even like AOC, who's kind of like the like poster child for like the far left, even she's not as progressive or left leaning as a lot of folks outside of the U.S. So she's painted as this like leftist like radical, and she would be much closer to like a middle left in much of Europe, for example. And it's just so wild to me that people keep saying things like, yeah, but we can't have Trump again. I agree. I don't want Trump either. And I think that when I critique both candidates, people think that I'm saying I'm okay with Trump being president again. I'm not. I don't want either of them. And it's just wild to me how many people are just okay with accepting that we only have these two options. What I think we need to be doing, and again, this is just my opinion, but there are so many folks who talk about like we need a third party, like a viable third option, third or more. I agree. But what most people think the path to doing that looks like is, to me, backwards. You don't establish like a third option in any place by starting by electing a president who's Green Party, independent, whatever, Communist Party. Like there are thousands of other parties. What we need is to create, to bring about election reform to eliminate or reduce the stigma or fear that people feel about voting for a third party candidate. For most of us, and I'm fortunate that here in Maine we use ranked choice voting, so I can vote for a third party candidate without feeling like I'm throwing away my vote or anything. Hi. Girl, we're busy. Promote my channel elsewhere. Anyway, Democrats are still on the right. Yeah, very much so. Um, we need to create a system in which people don't feel like they can't vote for a third party candidate because it's a throwaway vote or it's wasting their vote. We will never get to a place where people even know who the third party candidates are until they feel like they can vote for them and vote their conscience in a way that doesn't feel like they are casting a vote for the other side. And this is something that both parties managed to suppress pretty well. They're both really great at saying, if you vote for anybody other than our candidate, you're basically voting for the bad guy. Yeah, a lot of states have some really like weird like hoops and things that third parties have to meet in order to even show up on a ballot. My point is, you don't start with electing a president who's third party. That's almost assuredly not going to be a sustainable way to create or break this two-party system. Because unless that president is the best president we've ever had unanimously, and they won't be, they're not going to get anything done unless we elect both a third party president and at least a substantial presence of that third party in Congress. Because neither party is going to want to give that president any wins. You think it's bad now when there's just two of them duking out. Imagine if both of those guys had a third target that they could both kind of beat up on for 4 years. Let's say I run as president on an independent ticket and I get elected. That's great. I have no like allies in Congress. So if I want to get anything done, I've got to convince both of the teams that I beat to get this job to work with me. And they're not going to do that because then when it's time for me to run for re-election, I'm going to be able to point to all those things and say, look at all the great things I've done. So they're going to be incentivized to stall anything I try to achieve or override anything I try to do. So they can say, look how ineffective he was as president. Vote for one of us and let's get someone in there who can actually do something. So you don't build these sort of, if you want to change a system, you can't start there. And I understand that that's frustrating because you've kind of got to break the system and change it at the same time. And that's hard to do, but I think it starts with the states. That's how you achieve the kind of like name recognition, presence, platform that it takes to really establish like a viable, sustainable alternative. And I don't think any of the third parties are really there yet. And I also understand that that's not like a solution for right now. We're voting in 8 months, less than 8 months. What are we going to do about these two fuckers we got now? Like, I get it. So it's just frustrating how many people are just like, well, I'm going to have to vote blue no matter who. And it's like, why? When has that ever worked for us? When has that ever worked? For all of us. And I think, again, we touched on this earlier with the like, well, I feel safer. I do too. I think by and large, I could probably survive another Biden term relatively unscathed. I am not someone who holds a lot of the identities that would make me much more fearful of more of the same. And I do see the ways in which Trump would be worse. And a lot of those are ways that probably would affect me. That doesn't mean I'm going to get all in on Biden. I'm going to keep screaming for better options. I shouldn't have to vote. And I've never been able to vote for a candidate that I was like, fuck yes, I'm all about what they represent everything I want for the future of Maine or for the country, like whatever it was that we were voting for. I've never been able to do that. And I think if we continue to do what we're doing, we're never going to get there. I refuse to accept that like, oh, well, there's just always going to be work to do. No shit. But I still want to hire people who want to do that work. And the reality is, under the current system, all we're doing is electing more people who just want to maintain where we're at. We're not going to get reform when it comes to reproductive justice. We're not going to get reform when it comes to guns, because those are all things that they can campaign on. They can use those things to scare you into voting for them. Yeah, exactly, Wheels. They're focusing on state level elections and court appointments. That's by far the most damaging legacy of the Trump presidency, was what he was able to do to the courts. Not just the Supreme Court, but federal courts all the way down, up and down and he specifically got confirmed a lot of very young candidates who are going to be there for a very long time. I think a Trump victory wouldn't be a probably when it comes to affecting all of us, regardless of privilege. Sure, but I'm not really sure what that has to do with what we're talking about. Again, I'm not saying Trump is good. I'm not saying I want Trump to win. I'm not saying I'm thrilled at the idea of another Trump term. But I'm tired of people using that to justify voting for Biden, as though he's so great. Hi, Luke. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Not that, Wheels. You know, at the very least, the Democrats are guilty of failing to push back on Trump like they could have or should have. Or take advantage of, again, the first 2 years of this term of Biden's was his best opportunity if he wanted to expand the court. If he wanted to do something about election security and reform, he could have, and he didn't. And again, a big part of that is because those are the things that get people to vote for Democrats. If you weren't afraid of Trump, you might be less inclined to vote for Biden. You might demand more of Biden and the other Democrats. So they sort of need you to be afraid. They need that boogeyman. And it's the same for the Republicans. The language is a little different. The issues are framed, obviously, in a different way. But the strategy is the same. It's, well, you've got to vote for this guy, even if you're not a big fan of how he talks. The grab him by the pussy thing really sat weird with you. The insurrection thing, not great. But the other guy's Biden. And that's what they're running on. That's what they're pushing. It's the same thing, just flip. I'm good, Luke. How are you? Welcome in. You're as iconic as Luke Perry in our chat. There you go. Rest in peace, Luke Perry. So I guess that's where I'm stuck and really frustrated with people who I, again, think who would otherwise be very progressive minded, very left leaning, but they're stuck in this, like, we only have two options and you're telling me that I need to not vote for the guy who's not Trump. And that's not what I'm saying. I understand. Like, not everybody has, the luxury I do here in Maine. Again, we have ranked choice voting. So I can say, I want this other candidate or write somebody in as my first choice. But if that person somehow doesn't get enough votes and it goes to a round two, then yeah, give me that guy over Trump. Not everybody has that option. And I think that if we're going to take that stance of, like, lesser of two evils, that has to be coupled with a commitment from us as the constituents to hold those leaders accountable to do the things that we elected them to do. And that's where we really fall flat. I have zero faith in the average American to actually engage in the civic process and maintain any kind of, like, our attention span is so short. We are, at least in this regard, pretty lazy as a society. And we depend too much on other people to tell us what to do, or other people's information to make our choices. But I don't see us, like, electing Biden and saying, okay, but you've got to actually do these things. And if he doesn't, using our power as the people who elected him to do anything about it, because we never do. We never do. Half the time when I have these conversations with folks where I say, like, I don't want to do this lesser of two evils, the response I get is, okay, well, who do you want me to vote for then? And it's like, that's not what I'm not trying to tell you who to vote for. I understand that our options all suck and that there is no like great choice. I'm not trying to like gloss that over or anything. My point is, if this is supposed to still be a democracy or a republic, whatever it is that you want to call democratic republic, then we should be able to demand better candidates or better from our candidate. And if that's not something we feel like we can do, there's a problem with the system, and that needs to be what we're putting the pressure on. But we're not doing any of that because it's easier to just say, well, I'm going to vote for Biden or I'm going to vote for Trump, whichever, side you're coming at it from. And if things get worse, well, I didn't have any better options. I feel like I'm voting between the choice of slow decline and abrupt end. Again, I would counter that by saying it's not that slow of a decline. Depending, again, on what we're talking about and who we're talking about. Like immigration, for example, things have continued to get worse. We're still putting kids in cages. We're still talking about blocking asylum seekers from being able to access their established long ago by international law right to seek asylum. We've still got people putting up barbed wire on the Rio Grande so people can't even get literally get into the United States. So I would argue that the like slow decline versus abrupt end that's not the choice either. I think it's getting presented that way by folks who similarly want to be able to feel good about voting for Biden. Because again, a slow decline for who? If we look at what's actually been happening and not taking what the candidates tell us as fact, because we know they've got an agenda. They are marketing to you. They are not trying to give you all the facts so you can make an informed decision on your own. They're trying to give you the facts fun in the way that makes them look good. So if we actually look at the way things have changed for folks, sure, do we not have people like threatening to overrun the Capitol? Well, no, we probably do. But the president's not urging them on. Okay, sure. But has life gotten better for any of us? Do we feel like we're any closer to fixing any of the big issues? I don't. I think a lot of people don't. A lot of the people who helped Trump do all of the things that he did during his tenure are still in Congress. Which is again why I think engaging more in your like local and state elections can be an often overlooked tool in how we handle this. Because the reality is, if Congress wanted to, there are a lot of checks and balances they can use. We've just always had such, or not always, but at least in recent years, had such a narrowly split Congress that getting a majority, let alone the type of like 2/3 majority it would take to override a veto, for example, has felt literally impossible, especially while we still have the filibuster. As long as one team can just kind of stall and run the clock out, they haven't had to actually compromise or actually like use any of their power because they can just stall and blame the other party for the stalling and use that again to maintain their power and keep their position. Thanks for claiming the crown, Heron. So, I don't know. I get it. I don't want Trump either. And I think we could be a little more honest with ourselves about the reality of the difference between the two. And that has always been the case. I want to be clear, like, this is by no means me being like, I've finally cracked the code and now I'm sharing with all of you. There have been people for generations telling us that both parties operate in much the same way. The Democrats just dress it up with like this kind of DEI language that makes people feel better about voting for them. But if you look at like the tangible, what have they actually achieved? Not much. And both sides just keep blaming the other one because that's what's going to help them drive donations. That's what's going to help them get more people to vote for them. It's going to help them get more support for their down ballot races as well. So I will say, all these folks who are like, oh, I'm not going to vote in this election, that's your prerogative. You're an adult in America. No one's forcing you to vote, but I will say you can vote for the other elections or the other races and just not vote for someone for president if that's truly how you want to kind of conduct yourself. But that's exactly the kind of approach that's going to get some of these, particularly in more kind of purple states. That's how we're going to end up with like not just a Republican president, but a Republican Congress as well. You're all right. Just relax. Just relax. So that's the best thing we could do is, regardless of who it is that you're trying to vote for, or who it is you end up voting for, making sure that they don't end up with the kind of majority in Congress and in the Senate that allows them to just pass whatever they want. So even if you feel like your vote doesn't matter at the presidential level or the federal level, understand that we have 3 different chambers or 3 different branches of government at the federal level for a reason. And that we directly elect the folks in 2 of them. So that's where I'm at. It's just very frustrating. Yeah. Not to be like a downer, but I think it's important that we talk about this stuff because, again, I think there are a lot of folks in our community who are, I know our community is overwhelmingly white. I know most of us are at least somewhat insulated from the experiences of a lot of the folks who stand to lose the most this election. And it's easy for us to just vote based on our own experience or our own perceived risk. But I would argue that we can't think that way. I think I have a couple of friends who are immigrants but they're not citizens, so they can't vote here. And every election, they like post on social media or they'll like talk in person to us about like how they hope that we'll vote not just for ourselves, but for them, because our elections have consequences beyond just ourselves. I don't know. We'll keep having these conversations. Someone asked me, I got a DM on Discord from someone in the community who was like, can you go over some of the third-party candidates and like help me understand who our other options are? And I thought about doing that, but I also, again, I'm not here to tell anybody who to vote for. So I would say do your own homework. One, because all the candidates might not be on the ballot where you live. Some candidates are only on the ballot in a few states. And I also don't want anybody voting. My family does the same thing. Every time, especially when it's a presidential election, I'll get a DM from like my mom asking like, okay, well, who do we vote for this year? Because they all know that I pay attention more than any of them do. And I appreciate that they like trust me with that, but like I don't want you to ask me who to vote for. I want you to care enough to do the work yourself and like really dig into what each of these candidates is running on. What kind of track record do they have? If they've got any experience in in office, and then make your decision based on that, not just because some Twitch streamer told you this is who they want you to vote for. So we will probably have conversations about some of those candidates, but I don't want to. One, there are so many third-party candidates running that we couldn't possibly cover all of them anyway. But I don't want in any way to like try to influence people's choices. So vote for who you want to vote for. Understand that there is no perfect answer. There is no, I remember growing up and thinking like most of the people I knew just voted and then never had to think about it again until the next election. And I think the days when we can do that have long gone by. So I think we need to stop treating politics like something that we only talk about once every 4 years, and understand that it's something that very much permeates every corner of your life. And that politics happens in between elections as much, if not more, than when it's election season. And that we can't wait until it's 8 months before the election to start panicking, because we suddenly have no option other than Trump and Biden. Like, we've all got to be more engaged than this, even myself. And I think I'm someone who is more attuned to this stuff than the average person. But like, we have to demand better for ourselves. We have to expect better from our leaders. And if we don't, then we can't get upset, and we can't be angry when our lack of engagement, when our lack of demanding better lands us here. No. The attention has to be constant. And I'm just so tired of hearing people talk about how much they hate politics and how they don't want to talk about it. And it's like, you're exactly the people who are keeping us from getting anywhere. The people who say, oh, well, it's just too confusing, or I don't like talking about it, it's too divisive. No shit. We're talking about people's lives. Like, in the case of many of these issues, we are literally talking about issues that are killing people. Healthcare. People are dying because they don't have healthcare. Not just because of the pandemic, which is, of course, still happening. Immigration. People are dying trying to get here. We've allowed one half of our leadership, not one half of this country, but we've allowed one half of our leadership to convince us that it's criminals and rapists and human traffickers that are coming across the southern border, when the reality is it's mostly women and children who are fleeing the country that we destabilized because they've been threatened, or they've had their lives, an attempt made on their lives. Look at El Salvador. El Salvador just built one of the largest prisons in the Western Hemisphere. And they're imprisoning basically anybody they suspect of having any sort of gang ties. If you've got a tattoo, you are likely to get thrown in prison without due process, because there's so many people in prison they can't possibly keep up. You will sit in that prison for at least months before you see a judge. Why? Because once upon a time, we flew a bunch of our criminals, many of whom had never actually set foot in El Salvador, but that was where their like legal residence was. They were citizens, maybe they were born there, but came here when they were kids. We flew a shit ton of them back there and just dropped them in El Salvador. We destabilize these Central American countries, make it dangerous for people to live there. Many of these people who are coming to our southern border have walked the entire length of Mexico, or paid someone who was shady as fuck, hoping that they can get them across the border. Because if they go back to the country they came from, they will be murdered. And we've talked about this before, but we need to shift our perspective from like thinking about what kind of person is coming in or trying to come in, and instead considering what would it take a regular, rational, normal human being to do, what would it take for you? How much would you have to be facing or deal with or go through to pick up whatever you can carry and leave everything else behind to walk thousands of miles or hundreds, whatever it is, hoping that at the end of your trip, they'll let you in? Knowing that you could get murdered along the way, you might starve to death, whether there's no like guarantee that you're even going to get there. Hi, Dragon. Consider that instead. And for me, that drives it home more so than trying to think like what type of person's coming into the border. It's not criminals and shit. I mean, of course, I'm sure some of them are, but the vast majority of these people are people from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, all of these Central American countries that we have. We are the reason that they're fleeing. We are the reason that it's dangerous for them to stay where they are. We are the reason that they're taking this chance and trying to escape. They're escaping the situation we created in their home country. And we're refusing to even accept them for their legal right to claim or seek asylum. And what's worse, the ones that do get here, we demonize them. We call them criminals, accuse them of trafficking our girls and women. They're stealing our jobs. No, girl. They're taking the jobs we don't want. They're not sneaking in the southern border and then getting a job as an emergency room doctor at your local hospital. They're picking vegetables somewhere because those are the jobs that they can get without documentation. No one's coming and stealing your job, except probably AI. Be mad at that. Space Invader, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. There's like conspiracy theories flying around about whether or not she's still alive or whether something happened to her and if the royal family is like hiding her. We haven't even started talking about that yet. We haven't even gotten to that yet. We're still talking about the election. I don't know. I guess I have a really hard time being okay with people just acting like, I don't want to be mean or rude, but I have less and less patience by the day for people who are like, who want to just check out from it. Because like, even by saying like, I don't want to deal with this, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to think about it, that is instantly a testament to privilege. Because for so many people, it's not something they can just not think about. So the fact that we can all sit here and say like, yeah, this sucks and I don't know what to do, like, I don't want really much. So I mean, I don't know very many people who say that they treat everyone the exact same who actually do. So I would maybe unpack that a little bit, but I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're trying to say. Anyway, again, moral of the story is, yes, I know it sucks. Yes, I know there's no good option. No, that's not an excuse to just throw in the towel and like just pick one. It shouldn't be. I'm not going to tell you who to vote for, but I am going to tell you that if you think it's just as simple as voting for the lesser of two evils, you've got your head in the sand. And I would urge you and encourage you and beg you to sit with that a little bit. And again, like I said earlier, it's just wild to me how many people I know, like people who do, like I work in diversity, equity, and inclusion. That's what I do. Colleagues of mine who like professionally, this is what they do is talk about like systems of oppression and how we dismantle them. Um, Either don't see how that's at work in our like federal government, or they just choose to ignore it, or because there isn't like a good answer, they just avoid it. I don't know. It's wild to me that all these people who are like Black Lives Matter and like advocating for trans folks and all these things can't see the way that those same systems that you're working to like educate and dismantle in your organization are also in effect politically and culturally. Um, that's just wild to me. I thought I was going to get more conservative as I got older. That's like the stereotype that old people just get more conservative and more self-centered and more about like what's in it for me. I'm getting more. This is radicalizing me in a way nothing else ever has. I have become so much more left. I have not shifted to the left. I'm sprinting to the left. With each like lesser of two evils tweet that I see, I get a little bit more radicalized. But anyway. Anyway, not to be like a Debbie Downer, but like on the conversation docket, universal basic income. I mean, we could talk about that too, but the reality is that if we stripped away the kind of like branding and the like propaganda of a lot of these issues and stripped it down to just like brass tacks, most people would be on board with most of these policies. Most people, if you took away the way that people have kind of spun universal basic income, most people would be supportive. And in the places that have tried it, there are some cities that have done like pilot programs where they just give people like $1,000 a month with no strings attached to it. No, like you have to spend it on this. The research shows that it's not, people aren't blowing this money on like stupid shit. They're spending it on rent. They're spending it on food. They're spending it on clothes and education and like the things that people need money for. They're not, blowing it on like frivolous things. But because everything's so highly politicized and both sides have staked sort of their like stance on all these issues, even if it would benefit Republicans, they're never going to get on board with something like universal basic income because that would be giving the Democrats a win. Not even the Democrats, because most of the Democrats aren't on board with it either. But if a future in which that were the case, like we live in a world where like it's not about actually helping people, it's about winning for your team and preventing the other team from getting any win. And that's where this sense that everybody has of like things becoming increasingly polarized comes from. We as people, as citizens, aren't becoming more and more polarized. We're being pushed into being more polarized because our leaders are becoming more. It doesn't hurt any individual citizen to provide universal basic income. In fact, it benefits us. But the folks in Congress in particular have managed to convince us or trick us into believing that that somehow is going to lead to the downfall of society and that you are personally going to be affected negatively by allowing other people to have some level of income guaranteed to them. But again, if we stripped all that away and just said, hey, we want to make sure that everybody's able to afford like the basic necessities. So we're going to make sure everybody has a certain amount of money every month. And we're going to use our money for that instead of, I don't know, more tanks or planes and jets and shit that we probably don't actually need. Most people would be able to get on board with that if they were able to push past the sort of like team red, team blue of it all. Hi, Glitter. It's been a long time. I'm doing pretty well. It's good to see you. we're having kind of like a heavy conversation right now, but it's good to see you. And again, that all is just more kind of symptoms and more evidence of just how middle to middle right the U.S. is as a whole. Because things like universal basic income, things like universal health care, to us are considered such like radical left ideas, but they're settled law, long time policy in so many other places. And it's wild that we let conservatives here point to those places. We can say, look, it works for Iceland or Finland or whatever fucking, mostly European countries you want to point at as an example. Like, hey, it's working for them. It didn't lead to the downfall of their society or the collapse of their economy. They're doing great, actually. And we can let Republicans and conservatives respond to that with like, well, that's not going to work here. That's communism. And it's like, it works though. People have homes. People aren't dealing with the same crises of poverty and malaise that we have here. We're the richest country in the world. We're the like shining beacon on a hill, whatever the fuck the president always tries to call us. But we've got people sleeping in the streets. We got more people in prison than any other country in the world. We've got more rampant substance abuse issues and addiction issues than any place else in the world. And we're supposed to be like, what? The example for everybody else? We want everybody else to do what we're doing? A busy boy just moved to the States and getting my tattoo approved. Oh, that's exciting. Good for you. Good for you. Hi, Daddy Shibs. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Kind of lost my train of thought. But yeah, so that, I mean, that's what it comes down to is we've allowed so much of the like team red versus team blue branding and the sort of like marketing of it influence us to the point where we can't see past those teams. We've all grown up, most of us, kind of like indoctrinated into one of those teams. Or as we've become adults and learn more about what we believe in, we kind of find which one we align more closely with. I would imagine most of us in this chat probably lean more left than right. The right typically is not a big demographic for drag queens, except for that one really ugly one who always goes to like conservative conferences. What's her name? Lady Maga. She's not very good. I don't feel bad saying that. Normally I would like not drag somebody for their drag, but she's not very good at drag. She's kind of an ugly drag queen, and a shitty person, clearly. So, but anyway, Canada and seeing how the States is running, it's kind of a culture shock. We don't have 2 political parties in Canada. We have 6. Yeah, we were kind of talking about that earlier. How like a lot of us can see and understand that like the 2-party system is a big part of why things don't move enough, and a big part of why we're not really getting anywhere, and a big part of why we have 2 really shitty candidates that nobody really likes. It just seems to be that nobody has like the blueprint for getting out of that into something more, competitive is really what it would come down to. If we had more parties, then the parties that exist would have to actually deliver on some of their promises in order to keep their power, because there would be too many other people lined up behind them waiting to take their job. And that's why they don't want to do that. It's easier to just keep the bar low and keep scaring people into voting for you than it is to actually do your job and earn re-election and earn a spot in Congress or in the White House, which is what you would have to do if there were so many other options. If I had more options than Biden or Trump, then Biden and Trump would have to do more to earn my vote. It's that simple. And it just feels like, because again, both parties are so invested in keeping this 2-party system because it benefits both of them, we've got to be able to kind of break that before we can do anything. Yeah, it's a lot. I know so many people, more than I think I've ever in my life seen. I know so many people who are actively looking to move to other countries. It's not something I've ever like put a lot of serious thought into, mostly because I don't think I could afford to. I don't think I've ever really considered it an option for me financially. But like I know someone who I went to college with who's like actively planning to move to either the Netherlands or Portugal because of just the situation here. And that's wild to me that folks are like understandably so willing to pick up and move. This person has kids. Like they have two, not little kids. They're like, I don't know, probably like 7 and 9 maybe, but kids. So they're literally talking about picking up their whole family and moving to a country where none of them know the language. None of them speak Dutch or Portuguese. So they would quite literally be starting from scratch in a totally new place. I don't think they've got family in any of those places. So it's not like there's like a kind of pre-established support system for them there, but it's still a better option in their mind than staying here. In this particular case, one of their kids is trans. And that's a big driver for them. But it's like, Canada is a shit show right now, so I don't really recommend it. Well, I think it depends on the person. I think there are very few places that are like everybody's on board with, but it depends on what's important to you. Our institutions are groaning under the weight of our rapidly ramping up issues. They may be the wisest of us. We could be on a knife edge. I mean, maybe. My thing is, because we are so entangled everywhere, if something does happen, like say the government collapses or our economy collapses, whatever, that's going to ripple everywhere else too. And there's so many countries that are kind of following our suit. Look at what happened after Trump got elected. How many countries then also veered sharp right, elected very similar, like far right dictator types. So I don't know how much they could necessarily escape that. I think in this particular case, it's a matter of they wanted to make sure that they lived someplace where their child could get the care that they needed. So I think for the folks who are considering like moving, it's not so much about like larger. Well, it is about like the larger kind of culture stuff, but it's more specifically like something that affects them personally. They don't want to have to like deal with that. Hi, Jezebel. Problem is, anytime someone tries to come along with a new party, they do something to F it up. Elliot Cutler, Andrew Gang. Well, Elliot Cutler turned out to be a sex offender, so I'm okay with that one not working out. We were talking about that earlier too, Jezebel, where I think that the primary issue, one, both parties that are in power now don't want a third party, so they're gonna work like hell to stop any effort to mobilize a viable third option. But we're also not going to achieve a viable third option by starting with electing them president. You know, I use the example of myself. Like if I ran as a third party independent candidate for president and somehow managed to win, there's no incentive for either party to work with me. Because anything that they achieve with me, I'm going to turn around and use as fodder for my reelection campaign. And it's going to be that much harder to get their guy in after me. It can't start at the top. There needs to be a presence, I think, in local and state politics, which is where you build up like the sustainability and recognition. Otherwise, you're going to need that third party candidate to be like unequivocally the best president ever, like unassailable. Otherwise, we're going to get one. It's kind of what happened, I think, with Barack Obama, where we finally had a black president, and everybody was like, "Great, now we're going to elect a bunch of very diverse people in all the like corners of government, right? No. Obama probably was the most tediously critiqued president because he was black. Remember the fucking mustard scandal because he wanted fancy mustard for his cheeseburger or some shit? Remember when that was the like shit we were talking about? Those were the big scandals. Because you end up being, whether or not we explicitly say it, you end up being the spokesperson, the prototype, the like standard bearer for your entire community. If Hillary had been elected, same thing would have happened. And they would point to Hillary as the reason no other woman's going to get elected for 50 years. The same thing would happen with a third party candidate. If we elected a Green Party candidate president, they're going to be used as the like the standard, and we're never going to elect another Green Party candidate unless that candidate has somehow managed to please both sides throughout their entire term. And that's the weapon that they're going to use to keep that party from ever getting power again. Seems even a new party still leans right or left. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how parties work. You have to stake a stance. I would argue none of our parties are left enough. Yeah, the tan suit, all kinds of stupid shit that had no bearing on whether or not he was doing well as president. But it's the stuff people remember. The citizenship bullshit that Trump helped start. The like conspiracy theory that he was Kenyan. Love to live in the US where I can live under the dictatorship of a president. Barack Obama. I mean, he was a war criminal. That's, I think, the other thing is I think for some folks, we don't want to go down this path because it would ultimately, it's the same reason a lot of folks refuse to engage around like Israel and Palestine. Because inevitably, once you go down that path and you pull that thread far enough, you have to see and accept and admit and understand that like the standard in the US is criminal. Every president of the United States has killed innocent people. We've bombed innocent people in countries most of us will never see during every single president's administration. The kids in cages at the border, that didn't start with Trump. That was happening during Obama's administration too. So just like we don't seem to understand as a country just how far right our politics kind of like center is, we don't understand that like even our very best presidents, even the presidents who like many of us would agree like managed to stay out of like public scandal, we're still doing a lot of really shitty things in the name of like homeland security, mostly supporting our interests at home and abroad. Even Barack Obama, further right, even Ronald Reagan, like the baseline as a US president is that you're probably going to be a war criminal at the very least. And it's just a matter of whether or not people know about it or care about it. Still trying to get my head around why people want Trump as president again. Because they've managed to like weave this narrative that this is all an attack on him. The more trouble he gets into, the more news he makes, the more people talk about the things he has said and done, the more that convinces his like core base that there's this like coordinated effort to take him down, because that's how he sort of staked himself as a candidate. He's saying like, I'm the one who's draining the swamp. So yeah, of course they're gonna throw me in jail. They're gonna file all these lawsuits. They're gonna take the crooked judges, which it's hilarious because many of these judges are judges he appointed. that all just fuels his narrative that like he's the one fighting against this huge corrupt system, which he's right, the system is corrupt, but he's not the one fixing it. No one is, because they all benefit from it. Biden doesn't want to fix it either. There's probably nobody in the world who is more happy that Donald Trump is the nominee for the Republicans than Joseph Robinette Biden. He is probably more thrilled than anybody else because he thinks the same thing is going to happen this time that happened last time, that so many of us are going to come out and vote for him because we're so afraid of Trump that he's going to win in a landslide. Problem is, more and more of us realize that he hasn't really done anything for us either, and that many of the things that Trump was doing, Biden's still doing, or certainly hasn't stopped. And more of us are like, well, I'm not going to vote for you either. I don't know that he's necessarily like ready to accept that yet. I think he's starting to realize how much of an issue his stance on Gaza is. He's starting to realize that Israel-Gaza could absolutely lose him this election, and probably will, which is wild to me because Trump isn't exactly like the biggest cheerleader for Gaza, but because Biden is so stubborn in the sense that he's not doing what he can to actually bring an end to it, there are enough people that just won't vote. I wouldn't be surprised to see record low voter turnout in a lot of places because people just aren't coming out to vote. There are people who just refuse to vote because they don't like either of their options, which is only going to hurt candidates down the ballot too. Which is why I'm a little surprised there aren't more Democratic Congress people and senators putting more pressure on Biden, because this is a year when there are far more Democratic, especially in the Senate, there are far more like swing contests or hotly contested contests for Democratic incumbents than there are Republican. There's a very good chance that the Republicans are going to regain control of the Senate, for example. And they might also retain control of the House. So if we end up with Trump and a Republican majority in both chambers of Congress, there's nobody to stop any of it. So I wish more people were paying more attention to that. If Biden was in the same situation, people would go to extreme lengths for him. No. There's a far stronger like cult of personality around Trump than there is around Biden. It's rare that a Democratic candidate gets the same sort of like almost like pop culture appeal like Trump has, because he was a pop culture figure first. There are people who like him simply because he's a celebrity. I think Obama probably was the most like popular Democrat, not necessarily for his position. I think there are a lot of people who couldn't tell you anything that Barack Obama actually accomplished, and simply they liked him because he was the first Black president. He was a little bit more like kind of charming in his demeanor and his like way that he talked to folks. So there were a lot of people who liked him just as a person because he wasn't kind of the stuffy old white man that we're kind of used to seeing in that role. But he knows of a few more Republicans who are considering retiring and leaving before the election. Yeah, but it's not even close. It's not even close. There are 33 seats in the Senate that are contested. I think like 25 of them are Democrat or held by Democrats right now. So as of, I mean, this is Wikipedia, so do with that what you will, but 21 senators are seeking re-election in 2024. 14 of them are Democrats, 6 of them are Republicans, and 2 of them are independent. So unless we're talking about like half of the Senate Republicans retiring, it's not going to be enough to change things. And in many states, if they retire and it's not an election year, there's either a special election or the governor of that state gets to appoint someone. So there's no guarantee that they wouldn't just replace them with maybe even a shittier Republican than the one that left. Gonna have to agree that Trump has more personality and actually knows what he's talking about. Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I don't think Trump has the foggiest idea what he's talking about. But no, the fact that people know him and there are people who are fans of his means they don't care. Trump is not a smart person. Trump is not like a worldly, wise, intelligent person. He doesn't know what he's talking about 99% of the time. But because he's got this sort of cult of personality around him, people don't care. People don't care because they like him. Or they like that he kind of like says whatever he's thinking, even if it's fucking shitty. Because that's funny to them. It's entertaining. They don't want him to be a politician. They want him to be entertaining. And he delivers that. The media probably loves it too. They can sell a million fucking newspapers with Trump's name scrawled across the top. Biden's kind of a snooze. So let me be clear. I did not say that he knows what he's talking about. He sure as fuck doesn't. But again, his brand is sort of like built around that, and so nobody really cares. Or nobody who's voting for him cares. Last election, he literally said he could gun somebody down in the middle of the street and people would still vote for him. And he was right. People loved that he said that. They thought it was funny. They saw it as like a symptom or a sign of just how like against the grain he is. And that's what he's running on. His whole thing is, I'm here to like shake things up, and you know, I'm not going to be the lifetime politician that you all are used to. I'm going to be something different. And he points to things like that as examples. Yeah, I'm not a fan of him either. And I feel like I have to keep reiterating this because I know how people get. When I say that I don't want to vote for Biden and I think Biden is a shitty candidate, I'm not saying I'm going to vote for Trump, and I'm not saying that I like Trump or that I want Trump to win. They both suck. I think these are easily, probably, maybe not the two worst candidates we've ever had, but two of the worst candidates we've ever had. By far. By far. Yeah. I think for either of them, a second term is going to be very different. I think a second term is going to be very different. My hope, do you have to vote? No. Almost half the country does not vote. That's another one of the big issues, is that for how much is at stake in each of these elections, voter turnout in the US is like kind of embarrassingly low. US presidential election voter turnout record. Yeah, I don't think we've ever had 50% voter turnout in the US. There's never been a presidential election where more than half of people who were eligible to vote actually voted. So even on our best day, even in our most like connected and engaged, which was, I think, the last election. Yeah. So there's the 2020 election. Was a record year for us. Here's the like breakdown by state. And it's color coded. So this lightest color is between 54 and 60%. Oh, I think this was the first election where it went over 50%, actually. Now that I think about it, I think I remember seeing that. So I think this one did go over 50%, but it was like the first time that it ever did. So we can see, I know that I'm kind of blocking, but Maine is dark blue for those of us who live in Maine. So historically, turnout tends to be higher in more blue states. In part because they tend to have laws that make voting more accessible and easier to do. So, for example, here in Maine, we can vote absentee for like 2 weeks before the election, and we don't have to have a reason for it. So, in some states, you can do an absentee vote, which is where you vote early or you mail in a ballot instead of voting on election day. But you have to have a reason. So, you have to be like traveling or like in the hospital or something. In Maine and in a lot of other states, you don't need to have a reason. You can just request a ballot by mail, or you can go into your local like town office and vote just because maybe it's just more convenient for you. Whereas in more conservative states, one, they tend to be less open to like mail-in voting or absentee voting. That's also where we see a lot of gerrymandering. That's where we see a lot of like election manipulation in the form of like closing down polling places so that you might only have like one polling place in your entire city, and maybe it's on the other side of the city. It's often in conservative areas where like we see issues of like people getting turned away even though they were in line when the polls closed, and you're supposed to be able to vote even if you were in line when the polls closed. All mail-in voting by default. It's lovely. Yeah, and Washington is one of the dark blue states. The dark blue states are Washington, Oregon, Colorado, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and then New Hampshire and Maine. And so that means they had greater than 75% turnout amongst like eligible voters. So there are people saying they didn't vote because they felt like they had to choose between the lesser of two evils, then vote for the lesser of two evils. Well, I disagree with that. You never only have two options. So I wouldn't say just vote for the lesser of two evils, because that's how we ended up with Biden and Trump as our option. And if we just continue to vote for the lesser of two evils, we're just always going to have two evils to choose from. There's no incentive or pressure or any sort of like reason for the parties to give us better candidates if we just keep letting them get away with giving us shitty candidates. So I get where that comes from, but also like if we just keep voting for the lesser of two evils, we're never going to have any option other than two evils. And so we had a whole conversation about this earlier where we talked about like, this is why we need to be talking about things like ranked choice voting so that people can vote their conscience and not feel like they're throwing away a vote on someone who's probably not going to win. This is why we need better mobilization from some of these third parties at the state and kind of local levels so that they can then build kind of a base of support for a presidential campaign instead of just continuing to try to like play the dark horse during these presidential elections and then sort of fade into the background in between. That would also give them more of a platform in between elections. How many times have we seen these third-party candidates complain about not getting to be on like debate stages? But it's like, nobody knows your party exists. Nobody knows what you all stand for. And I understand that being put on a debate stage would give you a chance to do that, but you don't just like jump into the president. You've got to build that sort of notoriety from the ground up. Otherwise, it's not going to be sustainable. For me, it comes down to just not voting at all. We need to get more people voting. And I feel like we tend to discourage versus encourage voting. I don't think I don't think folks on the left are discouraging voting. I think there are people on the right who very much do, because they know that the more people who vote, the more likely they are to end up with a left-leaning candidate. If we could literally poll everybody in the United States, we're actually a very, very much democratic or left-leaning country. Problem is, many of the people who don't vote are younger folks, are Black and brown folks, who've kind of either been disenchanted or disenfranchised by the system, or for like much more kind of like tangible logistical reasons, like I have to work that day and don't have time to go vote, or I don't have childcare, or there are a million reasons that people don't vote. So I don't think it's necessarily that people are discouraging voting. I think people are sick of being told that we need to vote our way out of these issues. Biden is like the number one fucking guy who does this. He has been running for 4 years now on this whole platform of like, just give me more Democrats in Congress and watch how fast I codify Roe. I'll pass the Equality Act. I'll do all these things. Just keep voting more Democrats in. I just don't have enough Democrats yet. That's his like go-to line. Get it on my desk and I'll sign it. It's what he ran on in 2020, and he's running on it again now. He told us he was going to protect Roe v. Wade if we elected him in 2020. We did that. He had a majority in both houses of Congress, both chambers of Congress. Didn't do it. Didn't pass the Equality Act. Didn't codify Roe. We actually lost Roe v. Wade under his watch. And so I think it's that people are hearing that sort of like demand over and over again. Just vote. You've got to vote. It's so important to vote. But they're not seeing that their vote is actually mattering. And so I honestly can't hold that against people who are like, why should I keep voting when nothing's changing? If the only response that we're hearing from the Democrats is, you've got to get out and vote. You've got to get out and vote blue no matter who. But it's like, why should I? Why should I if blue's not doing anything for me? And we talked about that earlier too, about like, there's no incentive for either party to really do anything or let the other party get anything done, because those are all things that they can use to say, you should vote for us. If they actually achieved any of these things, there's no more boogeyman. They can't hold abortion over us and say, if you let Trump win, he's going to make sure that we roll back abortion even further. But if he had just codified Roe v. Wade into law during his term, that wouldn't be a problem. And so I think it's not so much that people are discouraging folks to vote. It's that people are realizing that the people we're electing to do a job and follow through on the promises they make have no reason to actually fulfill any of those promises. And we've been part of this like hamster wheel of continuing to vote for them based on those promises, just for them to not even try. Like, Biden hasn't really even tried in a lot of these ways. His response is just, well, I can't. We don't have enough people in the Senate for this. Okay, well, have you tried? At least make them vote. Make them go on the record as opposing the Equality Act and run on that. Say, look, we tried to get the Equality Act passed. I tried to enshrine reproductive rights into law. Here are the people who voted against that. Here are the people who said, no, I don't want to protect LGBTQ plus people. Here are the people who said, no, I don't want to protect folks' bodily autonomy. Make them go on the record for it. And then you can point specifically to it. And you can say, as your president, this is what I've tried to do. Here are the people who were stopping us. Instead of just saying, yeah, we don't have enough votes. You're going to have to try to get me some more Democrats in here. First thing I'm doing is abolishing the Electoral College. Well, that's an issue too, but that's an issue too. But I don't think that's going to save us this time either. So anyway, I did see that that Maine just voted to join the something compact. Popular Vote Compact. Popular Vote Compact, I think is what it's called. National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. So Maine, which has 4 electoral votes, so we're not like we're not a big fish in the Electoral College anyway, but basically we joined this compact that basically says we'll give our electoral votes to whichever candidate wins the national popular vote. So assuming the governor signs it, and I think she will, we would be the 17th state, and that would bring the total number of electoral votes that are part of the compact to 209, with 270 needed in order for the compact to be able to actually elect someone based on electoral national popular vote. So another like possible front that people can kind of dig into as like when we talk about how do we change the system or fix the system, this is one of the ways we could do that. Not certainly this isn't going to fix it all by itself. But for example, if this compact had had the 270 votes that they needed during the 2016 election, which was Trump versus Hillary, Hillary Clinton would have been elected president, and Trump never would have gotten into office in the first place. That's one of the ways. And again, that's not going to change things as far as this. I think there are a lot of folks who are frustrated because, you know, we're 8 months out from the election now. And there are people who are like, what do we do? 8 months isn't enough time to really get anything done. So like in terms of changing the system that put us here, we're a little late to be like checking into that. But some of these other things, ranked choice voting, this compact, what's it called? National popular vote compact, interstate popular vote compact. Those are things we can do to give folks a stronger sense or a stronger kind of assurance that their vote counts, and that when they vote for someone, they are voting directly for who they want to represent them, and not in this kind of like disjointed electoral college system. Well, I mean, a lot of it, Jezebel, comes it's a states' rights thing. So it comes back to like the founding of the United States, and the smaller states didn't want to give up their power to the bigger states, and so that's why we also have 2 chambers of Congress, so that one of them is equal representation amongst all the states. Every state has 2 senators. Not every state has the same number of Congress people, and so it was meant to strike a balance between like states with a lot of people and states without a lot of people. That said, the Electoral College is also based off of population heavily. So it still weights a little bit more toward the states with more people, but that also hypothetically was meant to ensure that whoever most people wanted would also get elected, without creating a situation in which candidates didn't feel like they had to campaign in the smaller states. You see a lot of candidates like the kind of the flyover states. They're called flyover states because there's very few people there, and candidates don't always see a lot of benefit to campaigning in a state that only has 3 or 4 electoral votes. Maine has 4. We would sometimes get candidates campaigning here, mostly because we, up until now, I don't know if I would assume this is still the case, we could split our votes. So the last couple of elections, for example, 3 of our votes have gone to the Democrat, 1 vote has gone to Trump. But if that weren't the case, we probably wouldn't have had anybody campaign here at all, because it's only 4 votes. I hear you, Jezebel, but again, those imaginary lines aren't imaginary to everybody. And you have to think about when the country was founded, it wasn't meant to be this like huge federal entity. It was really meant to be like a loose like alliance of states that wanted to be individual countries themselves. And so that's where the mindset comes from. Obviously, we've become less and less, I think, as a whole. I think it's different for conservatives and liberals, but the like average American doesn't feel more loyalty to their state than to the country. Obviously, that's different in some places than others. I would say there's probably a higher number of people who do feel like in Texas, for example. So they are less concerned that like the federal government is going to overstep and kind of tread on states' rights. But when the country was founded and all of this was built, that was very much the concern. It was very much the concern. And again, remember that we're talking also about kind of the balance between like slave states and non-slave states. And there was still like a pretty strong dynamic of like British loyalists amongst the folks who were leading a lot of these conversations. And so there was a lot of distrust. There was a lot of uncertainty in terms of like what folks' motives were. So I get why we have the Electoral College, but I also think that it's one of those things that doesn't really serve us anymore the way that it did when it was built. Personally, but again, everything's become so heavily like branded in this red versus blue that if you even suggest getting rid of the Electoral College, I bet every single one of those 17 states that have signed on, let me look, I bet they're all blue states. Can I just see which ones? Oh. Delaware, Hawaii, Rhode Island, Vermont, Colorado, Connecticut, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, Oregon, Washington, California, Illinois, New York. All pretty blue states. Yeah, all pretty overwhelmingly blue states. And then it looks like there are 8 states where it has passed one of the legislative chambers, but not the other. Although this list Maine is one of those, so this I don't think it's been updated. But that literally happened like today. So Arizona, Arkansas, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Oklahoma, and Virginia. So a couple like red to purple states in there. Arkansas is certainly a red state. Arizona's trended blue lately, but still very much, I think, a purple state. Maine, to a lot of folks, is a pretty purple state. Michigan, again, has leaned blue recently, but historically has been pretty purple. North Carolina, Oklahoma's a pretty red state. Virginia, again, another one of those like recently trended blue, but historically pretty purple. So it's still a pretty heavily like divided, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, I understand that, Jezebel, and I think there are a lot of people who agree with you. And I think the argument against that is that, and this is where I think some of the fundamental differences between like traditional conservatives and traditional liberals comes in, is whether you view the Constitution as like a black and white document that should be taken literally without any interpretation based on like the time that we live in, which is a much more conservative stance. This is often what separates the more conservative Supreme Court justices from the more liberal ones too, where they tend to take a much more strict interpretation of the Constitution and don't allow for an interpretation that considers how times have changed. Whereas a more kind of liberal progressive interpretation would be like, this is a living and breathing document that needs to be interpreted within the context of the world as it is now. That comes up a lot when we talk about guns, for example. Constitution says in no uncertain terms you have the right to bear arms. What it does not do is explain what it considers to be arms. So it doesn't provide a definition for what arms you are permitted to bear. When the Constitution was written, there were a lot fewer options. There were a lot fewer arms to choose from, and they were much less scalable. Say. So there is this sort of debate of like, well, did the Constitution, did the founding fathers envision a world in which we would have the sort of weapons available to regular folks like you and I? And did they still want you to have access to those and be able to purchase a machine gun or an assault rifle or whatever? Or did they anticipate that we would continue to kind of adapt or maybe flex the way that we interpret the Constitution based on the times? And that's where like the fundamental constitutional like struggle is do we just take it at face value and say you have the right to bear arms and there's no like exclusion or no caveat listed there, so you should be able to have any gun that you can get your hands on? Or do we take maybe a more practical approach and think, okay, they couldn't possibly anticipated that we were going to have access to the types of weapons of war as citizens, and understand that maybe some clarification or some context is important there. No one will ever call you a constitutionalist. Well, constitutionalist just means that you abide by a constitution. So we all are. It's a matter of whether you're a strict interpreter. There's a word for it. Constitutional. Like a literalist. Can't remember. There's a term for people who take like a more like a less flexible interpretation of the Constitution versus what would be maybe a more nuanced interpretation. I can't remember the name. I used to know once upon a time, but there's a term for it where you're like it used to be like a federalist and an anti-federalist, like same sort of like camps where it was like, how do you interpret the role of government and the role that this document has in forming and shaping our government? But again, I can't remember the terms. Originalist, something like that. It's like a constitutional, not purist. Two types of constitutional interpretation. I see originalism, textualism. That doesn't sound right. Maybe. I don't remember. But there are like two broad camps that it's like either you see the Constitution as like this timeless document that applies regardless of how things might have changed since the 1700s, versus folks who say, okay, well, this was like a framework, but it warrants revisiting. And the argument there is that that's why the amendment process is there. Understanding that this document might not speak to every possible thing that could come up. It certainly doesn't speak to things like space travel or, again, some of the weapons and things that are available to folks now. And that's what the process of revising the Constitution is meant for, to make sure that it continues to be an effective tool as the world and country we live in changes. And again, loosely, those things tend to line up along conservative and progressive or liberal lines. But I don't know, girl, it's a mess. I didn't mean to talk about this stuff for 2 hours, but here we are. It's what's on my mind right now. I'm still going back and forth with this guy on Twitter. I saw he just responded again. Let's see. I also think this is someone whose maybe perspective is a little bit skewed by particularly the situation in Ukraine is very close to them. And that is one of the issues in which these two candidates very much differ in their stance or approach. So I'm trying to be thoughtful of the fact that like we're coming at this from clearly two different backgrounds and perspectives. And I think I understand that his perspective is maybe a little bit more informed by that than some of the other issues. Yeah, he's just like, I feel like applying that rage to drive change and pushing in the right direction is the way to go. But my whole argument has been that the right direction doesn't mean voting blue no matter who, which is what he keeps saying. Ooh! This is why I get so mad. I get so mad because there are just so many people that for them, it's like, there is no other option. You've got these two people and you have to pick one. And there's just no... It's the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'm going to take a break. And then we're going to play some Dead by Daylight, I think, because that's not going to tilt me. But we've gotten to the point where we've allowed the like elite politicians and the people who pull the strings to convince us that we don't have as much power as we do. We've allowed like these systems to just beat us down to the point where we no longer believe that we actually can change them, that they weren't built by and for us, and that we can't do anything about it. And I would argue that we have to do something. Like that's what this system is missing. These systems were designed to work with an electorate, with a country full of people who are informed, invested, engaged, and committed to the outcomes. And that's one of the things that we've lost in the 200 plus years that the country has been in existence. We've allowed the system to develop such a distance between the leaders and the led that we no longer think we have the power to do anything about it. And that might be true. There have been a lot of ways in which like our ability to control or affect change in Washington has been eroded. And, you know, it's easy to see why someone might feel like there's nothing we can do. Why would I vote when my vote doesn't matter? That's where that kind of sentiment tends to come from. But where else is it going to come from? Like, are we going to wait for one of the people we elect to change the system? We're going to vote blue no matter who and then hope that they upend the system that got them elected and keeps them in power? No. No. We have to do it. We have to demand it. And that means work. That means work. And that means that we have to keep paying attention. And we can't just like check out for 4 years and then check back in for a month in November and then check back out again. We have to stay engaged, and we have to make sure that we're riding the asses of the people that we elect. We see this happening. We see it's slow and it's painful, but we've seen it in particularly in regard to Gaza. How many of our federal representatives and senators had called for a ceasefire 3 months ago? None, maybe a couple. But we've seen that this sort of sustained, consistent, and impassioned pressure is pushing them to take a stance. They were forcing them to listen to us. And again, it's slow, way too slow. There are literally people dying every single day. But we have to keep trying. And maybe I'm just too like, I wouldn't say rose-colored glasses, but maybe I'm too optimistic about our ability to turn shit around. I can admit that. But I refuse to just think like, well, it's over. And just what? Wait for the world to burn to a crisp? Wait for someone to drop a nuclear bomb and kill us all? Like, that's not an option to me. And so again, I understand that like there are a lot of reasons to feel discouraged, and there are a lot of reasons to feel like a lack of hope. But to me, there's no other option. Like, it's not an option to me to just stop caring. And I hope that if you are feeling like there is no hope, or I hope that if you are feeling like there is no reason to keep trying, that something I have said tonight might have helped you maybe think that maybe possibly at some like alternative future, what you say and do and how you vote and how you engage with the people who we elect matters, because I still believe it does. But it's not gonna have the impact that we want it to have unless we are honest with ourselves about the options in front of us. You can vote blue no matter who if you truly believe that the like alternative is just that much worse across the board, but don't let that be the end of how you engage. Don't just vote for Joe Biden and say that your job is done, because it's not. Actually, that's just when it starts. We elect these people, and then it's our job to make sure that they continue to listen to us and continue to do the things that they promised they would do when they campaigned. We're hiring someone to do a job. It's our job. We are their boss. It is our job to manage them and to hold them accountable when they're not doing the things that we want them to do. And one of the reasons that they don't do the things we want them to do is because there's no perceived accountability. They don't think that we care. They don't think we're paying attention. And most of us aren't. I can't get behind vote blue no matter who, because that's fair. But to that, I would also say, in my mind, there's no difference between vote blue no matter who versus voting the lesser of two evils. Those are just two ways of saying the same thing, I think. if you're liberal or progressive. So I would argue if you're on board with vote the lesser of two evils, but not on board with vote blue no matter who, I think some introspection and some inner work is probably needed there, because to me those two things are one and the same. There are Republicans who are saying the same thing, that they're going to vote for the lesser of two evils. That just to them means Trump. Or they're saying vote red no matter who. And that to them those two things mean basically the same thing. And so if one of them sits weird with you, but the other one doesn't, you know, what would you say if your options were Tulsi Gabbard or Donald Trump? And if your answer would be different, then unpack why would your answer be different if it were a different candidate, but it's not because it's Joe Biden. Because there would still be a lesser of two evils present there. It might not be as clear to some of us because perhaps those other two candidates are closer in evilness than Biden and Trump are, but voting for the lesser of two evils is how we got here. I don't see them as the same because I vote for the person, not the party, and I have lived by that since turning 18. And so I get that, but again, fundamentally, and I'm not talking about like individual interpretations, but particularly in this election, and I would say in most of the presidential elections of the last 20 years, many folks would have the same answer to either of those questions. Al Gore and George W. Bush. The vote blue no matter who folks are going to vote for Al Gore. The lesser of two evils folks, we're voting for Al Gore. So whether or not, like, we can tell ourselves, and I hope you don't take this as like an attack, but I want to challenge you on this. For many Democrats and for many people who are left-leaning, if you don't identify with the party itself, because this system is then allowed to continue to run unchecked, most of us who lean left have not voted for a Republican in a very long time, if ever. So whether or not, like, on a personal level, you see them as different, in practice, for most people, they're exactly the same. And that's by design. Because then as long as the Democrat is never more evil or scarier or more of like a wild card than the Republican, you're going to keep voting for the Democrat. Instead of demanding that we get better Democrats. Or other candidates who aren't a Democrat or a Republican. So that's all I'm trying to say, is that, like, whether or not you plan to vote, whether or not you're voting blue no matter who, whether or not you're voting a third party candidate, whatever your like plan is, or if you don't even have a plan yet, I just think it's really, really important that people stop and try to think beyond what they have always believed to be true. I think at least when we're talking about folks who, again, lean to the left, I think there are a lot of things we've always just assumed about both parties, about the candidates from each of these parties, that aren't actually true. And that requires us, I think, to maybe step outside of our own experience a little bit. Again, like I said earlier, there are a lot of folks who see this as a very black and white decision because for them, another 4 years of Biden doesn't necessarily change anything for them. They're insulated from a lot of the impact, the negative impact of his policies and actions. And just understand that, like, it's not just about you. And that if we're being real honest with ourselves, they're a lot more similar than maybe we would like to admit. I get myself in this and how I feel about it. You're right about the majority, but I am able to recognize I'm not part of the majority. I'm not going to keep pushing it, but again, I'm just going to say I think it's really easy for us to this feels very much like the folks who say that they don't see color. Like, oh, I treat everybody the same. I vote for the person, not the party. Okay. But if by voting for the person, you continually keep voting for the same party, whether it's intent versus impact, whether or not you are someone who supports the Democratic Party, whether you're enrolled as a Democrat, is kind of irrelevant because you're still supporting the party with your vote. The most important part of all of that, your actual vote. And so your reasons for doing so aren't as important as the impact of doing so. That's what I'll say. Again, do what you will. I'm not here to tell anybody how to vote. I just want people to be more introspective about their vote and give themselves more credit for their ability to actually do something about the situation we're in, instead of just hand-wringing and tweeting about it. But, you know, if by voting for the person for the last 28 years, 20, 30 years, has also led you to vote for the Democrat 99% of the time, then it's really irrelevant whether you're doing it because you're voting for the person or because you're voting blue no matter who, because you're still voting blue, which is what they want from you. They don't care why you're voting for them. They just want you to vote for them. And so if we're talking about systemic change, we're talking about dismantling the systems that are keeping us in this two-party system, that are keeping us from having good quality candidates who actually push for change. We've got to look past just like our own experience and perspective and understand more thoroughly how our impact has helped. That. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. So it's a great chance for y'all to go grab a drink, grab a snack, take your meds if you haven't yet. It's almost 9:30 p.m. where I am. Get up, walk around, move your body in whatever way feels right. And when I come back, we'll play a little Dead by Daylight. Thank you all for sticking around. I know that this is like, I always have like, I'm of two minds when it comes to like these sorts of segments. I never plan for these things to happen, but I like that we get into these conversations. But I also am so keenly aware of how much these probably like chase people off. I was thinking about earlier, I was talking about how like I've moved a lot more to the left since I've moved out of like higher ed in particular. And that thought process came up because I was thinking about how my like streaming stats have kind of plummeted in the last couple of years. And as much as I'm sure a lot of it is like broader stuff, like people are not home as much anymore, the pandemic is, people are ignoring that it's a pandemic still, so like there just aren't as many people. I think part of it too is that I've become a lot more left leaning and I've been a lot more vocal about it. And I'm sure there are people who just don't come around anymore or don't stick around because it comes up, whether or not we have these like 2-hour conversations where we get really in depth about some of the stuff, or whether it's just like casual comments that we make while we're playing games. I am much more like visible about my stance on things. And I think that that's probably scaring away more people than I thought. But I'm okay with that because I would rather have these conversations than have more viewers. So I appreciate the folks who stick around. I appreciate the folks who share their perspectives. I appreciate the folks who challenge me. I appreciate the folks who let me challenge them. That is not always easy to do, especially with people with whom you share a lot of perspectives or who you agree on a lot of things with. It can be really hard to have those conversations, or it can often feel like you're taking like the opponent's side. So I appreciate that we can have these conversations without feeling like that's happening. So that's not an easy thing to do, and I hope you all give yourself enough credit for being able to do that here, because it's not easy to create a space where folks feel like they can do that. Goose gets a treat. All right, I'll give him a treat. Oh, I heard his name. All right, I'm going to take a quick BRB. When I come back, we'll play some Dead by Daylight. Thank you all again. I appreciate you. Behave yourselves. Play the little game on the BRB screen if you want. And when I come back, we'll play some games. Yeah.
wow, chow. I'm the captain of catastrophe. Feel my wrath. Who shall live and who shall die?
All right. Sorry, that was a really long break. But I wanted to take my contacts out. They were starting to dry out on me. Here we are. Goose says, thank you for the treat. Love that. In a very good mood today. Oh, Jared came home today. That's why. Jared's been gone for the last couple days. But he came home today for a little while to change clothes and stuff. And Goose always gets in a good mood when he gets to see his dad. Huh. I know. Chopped liver. All right. Let's play some video games, shall we? Again, thank you all for the hard conversations. I'm always so grateful for our ability to be able to have those talks, even though, again, we don't always agree. I never feel like when we have these like current events and politics and social justice conversations, I never feel like anybody's here with like ill intent, which is hard to find. I do firmly believe that when we're having these conversations here, everybody wants what's best. Everybody wants what's best. We just might not always agree on what that is or how we get there. So I appreciate that very much. I will admit I took an edible on that break. And I took one of the there's I have a couple different ones now. Oof. The ones I took are called nanos, and they're the ones that kick in really quick. So give me like 5-10 minutes. We'll be just fine. We will be just fine. Hi, Shulham. You did. We literally just spent 2 hours talking about a lot of things. We talked about electoral college. We talked about like the 2024 election and Like the vote blue no matter who versus voting lesser of two evils versus what if I just don't like either of these candidates. Lots of stuff. I don't usually encourage people to go back and watch my VODs, but I do think that conversation today was really good. Would be worth your time if you have it. Yeah, universal basic income came up. Maine joining the interstate popular vote compact came up because that just happened like yesterday, today. So we talked about a lot of stuff. I've been going back and forth with people on Twitter all day. So I also, on my break, found my hidden stash of Nerds gummy clusters. Perfect timing. And I fixed my oven. Hell yeah, brother. I went into the basement. I opened up that circuit box and I said, I flipped the switch. And then I came running back upstairs because that basement's creepy as fuck. And now we're going to play some Dead by Daylight. Now we're going to play some Dead by Daylight. A nice cozy game. Probably perfect after edible. They're actually very similar. There are edibles you can get that are like this. I will say, while I'm sure edibles are probably, or like gummies are probably a better method than a lot of others, I don't love how the gummies taste. Like you can taste there's something in them, which is fine. But I also take like 3 other gummies for supplemental purposes. So I take a biotin gummy, I take a collagen gummy, and then I take a multivitamin gummy because I'm a toddler. So what I usually do is I'll take my edible at night and then I'll chase it with the other gummies that do taste good. I've also gotten all my gummies for free, or my special gummies for free. So I can't complain about the flavors because that's what they had. A student come to his parent-teacher conference tonight with his parents while wearing his God only gave us 2 gender 2. I'm such a gummy girl. Literally. Just a third of one? How big are your gummies though? So like I have some that are 5 milligrams, I have some that are 10 milligrams, and then my brother brought me like 4 bags. He works at a dispensary. So he gets like random swag bags and shit all the time. And he doesn't like the gummies. So he's just bringing me any of the gummies he gets. So he brought me 4 bags of these 30 milligram ones. Oh. I want to try the chocolate, but my brother likes those, so he never gives me the chocolate. So I'll probably have to pay for the chocolate. Not the melatonin gummies. I don't think I've ever used melatonin. I've usually been, for most of my life, I've been a pretty good sleeper. And now that I'm using these, girl, right to bed. So hypersensitive to most substances, though. Oh, she's a lightweight, huh? She's a lightweight, huh? That's good to know. That doesn't surprise me. This where Kate Middleton, she's in Greenville. Peaky Powers on the case. Come on, blood points. Was anyone able to get those codes to work? Should we try those? Full disclosure, I only saw them on Twitter. entirely possible that they've expired because they were posted way sooner and I just didn't see them until yesterday or whenever I posted them. So it is entirely possible that they really have expired. I just didn't see them until it was too late. Control. Free. Steel. I feel like I've seen this one before, the Steel Series one. That one actually is probably old. Server error. That's suspicious. That's suspicious. Oh, now she's expired. She expired right before our very eyes. Okay. I see what you're doing, behavior. You're trying to stop me from prestiging Meg again. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. Anyway. Have we bought the new... Oop. Not all this. Have we bought the new chapter? Are we buying the new chapter? Oh, I can afford her with shards. Do we do that? Because let's be honest, I'm not going to play the killer, right? I'm not going to play the killer. Let's unlock her. Hi, Sable. Hi, Sable. Okay. Let's... Can I afford any other costumes for her? I do like this one. I'm not buying Auric cells for this though. What can I afford? I have 300 of them. I can afford... What's this? No thanks. Oh, that hair though. Oh, you can't see this. You can't see this. I'm so sorry. I'm blocking everything. This feels like a Kiki Powers wig. Kiki. Table cosplay when? Particularly as I near my target jockstrap shape. Not the jockstrap shape. Every shape, every body is a jockstrap body. It was me, I am her. This feels like a Kiki wig. Kiki would wear this and do like a Joan Jett song. Complete with a knee slide. Her signature move. I do not like some of these outfits. Oh, I kind of like that one. I buy it. I buy it. All right. Get into these games, honey. If anyone wants to play, let me know. Oh, let's put some blood points into her. Hang on. Before I go just charging into a match with no perks and no items. Let's... Oh. Let's put some blood points into old girl. Old Sable. Super. I do like that with the new characters, they have a lot more voice lines, and I feel like we're getting a lot more like of their personality in the game, which is nice. It's refreshing. Especially because there's so many now. It's nice that they're making an effort to like give them more distinct characteristics. Nice. Spine chill, I saw that. Love that. Good thing I had so many blood points. Great. This is great. How goes? Right behind me. You good back there? So handsome. So handsome, Goose. Oh. teabagged by a group of survivors that kicked my ass in pyramid head. Yeah, I haven't tried to play killer since Light in the Fog. That's probably not a good idea. I do feel the edible right now, though, which is very nice. I always feel it in my lips first. All right, we have all of our perk slots. That's good. That's good. You're such a cute dog. I love you. Such a cute boy. Yes, Prone, if you want to join, you can. I must have said that right before you joined. Only been doing it because it's 100% PP right now. I got a bunch of dailies. I don't even pay attention to my dailies anymore. Probably should, but... Twillham, you want to join? I know this will turn your day right around. Your favorite video game. Can I get her all the way to 40? I think so.
Anyone have a story they want to share?
A story? Honestly, and maybe I'm just a different person than I was when I was playing nothing but Dead by Daylight. But this game doesn't really bother me that much anymore. Like, there are moments where I get irritated, but I think because it's changed so much, I feel like I don't really know how to play the game anymore anyway. So I'm like, oh well, I got tunneled. There was probably a perk that could have saved me, but I don't know what it is, so. Don't think it would download in time. Well, I mean, you can always download it for next time. I'm not here to tell you what to do, but I support you whatever you choose to do. And unhook, heal set of perk. If we end up both injured, let me heal you first. Okay. Okay. I guess I could have done all this before stream, but here we are. At least you can do the automatic thing now. That's such a game changer. I don't think there's a single change they've made to this game that I like more than the automatic blood web thing. Wins all around on that one behavior. I'm gonna get her to 50 because I'm so close, you know? And then maybe I'll have all the perks that I normally use. Hell yeah. Prestige. Great. Our loadout. We're gonna do adrenaline because of course we are. We're gonna do. What else do I usually do? Life. Oh no, inner strength. Yep. Life. And Fine chill. I just love Spine Chill. I don't know how you all live without Spine Chill. I don't know how you all do it without Spine Chill. Bring a med kit. Sure, we'll increase our luck. We'll pick a challenge. Challenge. Purple glyphs or white glyphs? The purple ones, because the white ones are the one. The white ones are the ones that you have to like. Not the. I didn't know that was a killer challenge. Well, fuck me then. Hey, Bubba. He's very snuggly. He's very snuggly today, Goose. He's just sitting underneath my desk, like looking up from under the desk at me. He's so snuggly. Your nose is very cold. Lost exactly. Challenge. Challenge Knowles. First of her name. Good luck, have fun. Oh, I think they're both console players. Well, it's the thought that counts. That's what I think. That's what I think. Bye-bye. Good boy. He likes when I play bongos on his lines. I also like that. For any potential suitors out there, you should know. I'm a sucker for a bongo buns moment. We're getting the new killer. First one right out the gate. Yikes. Yikes. All right, Goose. I got work to do. I got work to do, Bubba. I love him. Doodly doo. Oh, well, I have voice mod on too. So if folks gift subs or tip or bits or things like that, you can pick a voice. I did remember to turn on voice mod. It still does not work with the bits thing on the panel, I don't think. But fine. It's fine. I have such a great feeling about this match. I think we're both going to get out. I'm going to say it. I think we're both going to get out. And the new map, girl, they said, how about that deep end, honey? They said, let us just chuck you right into the deep end. The funny thing is that I did not, in fact, play... Can you stop following me? I did not, in fact, play the PTB. So I do not know anything about this killer or this map. I think they're coming for you, girlies. Oh, just kidding. But he does not have Iron Maiden, but there's no room for me on that generator. I would like a totem. But I have... Oh! Oh, that's right. He's got the little, like, hallucination thing. I hate that. I'll finish this gen. I will do that for you. I don't remember anything about this killer. I remember watching a Vidius play for a little while, and then all of that information left my brain. I do feel like he's maybe coming for me, which isn't very neighborly of him. Oh! Ran the wrong way, I think. His walk is so funny. Ooh, I almost wiggled. That would have been very nice. That would have been very nice. No, not the fast fault. Come get me, ma'am. I gotta go. Healing. Don't tunnel me. Oh. Girl, what is up with these randoms? What are we doing, honey? He really wants prone. Oh, he's trying to do the blast. I forgot about that. The little blaster thing he does. I don't really know this map at all. Okay, I feel like we need gens. But I don't know where all the gens are. There has to be one over here somewhere, right? Oh, is that the one that's already done? This is a big map. What? There's... This is a really big map. Got you, queen. Girl, I don't know where all the gens are. I'm trying. Oh, never mind. Kidding, we're good. Is he? Oh, he M1'd me. Never mind. He was using his M1 on me. Don't come this way. Sorry, queen. Love you. Ew, no. I feel like he's trying to get people down with his power, and maybe M1ing me was like the exception. because I fell kind of right in front of him. I don't suppose there's a totem in here. Play. What's that thing on my head? What's this thing on my head? What does that mean? I don't know what this thing on my head is, but Ew, not the body. Can I kick it? Can I kick him? Ooh.
Excuse me, help me out here.
Oh, yeah. Why didn't he come for me? I was right here. Oh, did he see me? Why do I keep glowing? Did I do something? Is this a perk? It must be. Oh, not that. She's the stealth queen. Oh, we took him way over there. I don't know why. That was a death hook. I don't understand why he's not coming for me. Oh. Don't mind if I get back on this gen. Not wrong. I think he kept getting me and the other stable confused. Oh, why am I doing gens? I'm the last one. Ew, disgusting. I didn't realize I was the only one left. That shouldn't have hit me. I don't know where all the pallets are. He's really annoying. Oh my god, I hate him. Where's the fucking hatch, bro? I didn't realize I was the last one, or else I would have done that very differently. I thought we still had one more. I thought we still had one more. Not me sitting there on the gen like a dumbass. Disgusting. I mean, honestly, he's welcome, because I probably could have found the hatch if I knew that it was hatch time. But instead he gets the 4K. Good for her. Yeah, I didn't realize I picked a killer challenge. Whoop. Yeah, I don't know what his... He must have hit me with one of his little ball things, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, it's fine. I didn't know. I don't know that map at all. It felt like there weren't enough generators on that map, but maybe I just wasn't looking in the right spot. Let me go pick... I thought I could avoid having to do the white... the white glyphs, but... apparently not. I mean, with 2 white glyphs. Girl, I'm gonna take forever to do this. I even brought the luck offering. Not enough, I guess. I hate the white glyph. Every time I do a white glyph challenge, it takes me like 4 days. Because I always end up breaking it. Every time.
Where am I?
Is that a skull in her hand? Oh, it's a cup. Mug. Never mind. False alarm. It's a cup. I do like the theater. I think it looks really cool. And I like that it's sort of like a hybrid indoor-outdoor map. Okay. That was a warm-up. Now I'm ready. Now I'm ready. What's all this then? Y'all remember Austin? Remember when Austin used to come to stream? I remember. Entire half. Well, I mean, the gens are like randomly generated, but. I wonder if they'll be able to make it to CarryCon. I know, I haven't talked to him. Give me that glyph. I don't know where to bring it. Shit. Could you see me? Oh my god, he didn't! Oh, I was so sure that he saw me there. Ah. Guess it's my lucky day. Oh. I guess this is not in fact where the basement is. Not prone going down first. Come get you in a second. Slay. One down. Really, no one else came for you? That's interesting. Oh, of course. I'm surprised he didn't go for me because I was kind of right out in front of him. Remember, I used to be able to nail these skill checks every single time. Now I'm too afraid. This game's scary again for me. Oh. Man, not her coming right to me. That was interesting. That felt like an intentional sandbag. It was an accidental sandbag and then she doubled down on it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, well. Better late than never. Oh. There's usually a gen up here. Retribution, I don't know what that does. So sorry. Wish I could tell you. On the river when I looked, but I guess I can. I don't remember seeing that one, but I probably wouldn't have been looking all up and down the river. I kept my search to mostly like the downtown area because I figured we'd probably want to be close enough that people could walk places instead of having to figure out how to drive that many people all over the place. But I'm happy to look at it if you want to send a link to them. Stop! That was scary. I didn't like that. I didn't like that. I'm not getting any gens done. This bitch is just running around doing all the totems. And nothing else. Don't worry, I'll be there in a minute, girly. This girl literally went around and did just all the fucking totems. Nothing else. Don't you come sandbag me, bitch. Oh my god, no! Well. Alright, so it's another hatch game. Oh my god! Blessed. Blessed and highly favored. God really does have her favorite. Not the gay cousin. GG. Oh, not the 4 hex totems. Not that one. Girl. On to the next one. We're 1 for 2. I should get one of those little overlays where you can keep track of how many like wins you have. And more importantly, we got one of our totems. Or our flips, I mean. That's good. We love a Meg cosmetic in the battle pass, or the tome, rift, whatever. Whatever we're calling it these days. Alright, one more white cliff. We can do that. We can do that. We can do that, huh, Bubba? I never put my charms on? Wow. Oh, much better. I apologize to the queer people in the audience. I failed you for 2 whole matches. Let's pick a voice. I feel like being silly and goofy. I feel like a silly goofy mound. What about astronaut? We're gonna do astronaut. Hello? How about this one? This is Mothership.
Hello? Oh yeah. No. Okay.
This one it is. Oh. This is scary Teddy. I think I like scary Teddy, though. I think Twilight Cemetery. Oh, oh, oh. This is Scary Teddy, and the picture is the bear from Five Nights at Freddy's. Not the Legion. Alright, she won't have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I say, that's the one. That's the one. I wasn't the first one down. We love that. We love that. I want to do it like this with a little like click underneath a little peekaboo. Don't love this now. Personally. Nailed it. Hopping. Yes. Oh. That's just upstairs. That's upstairs. Oh, I think that was him right there. Oh, are you in the basement? That's actually very convenient. I need to be there. The basement is where I need to be. This is gonna feel rude, but I just want to do this real quick. Just fell off. That's you. Live. Not him trying to jump off. What was that? Second hole. I made that second. Oh. Fast. Oh. Stop screaming. I think he's camping out. We'll just continue me always by them. You humble. Okay, you all. No, no matter if I just stay out here. Please from anything that else. We should have stolen away. It's not going well. Not going well. You got to care. That's so annoying. Hey, we can. I've taken Jen. Throws it in there. Oh no, it's got that thing that make you scream if you. Ah. He's still really hard. Did anything finally on? Wait, thank you for the $10 tip. I just saw that on my phone. You know if the alert went off on my screen. But thank you very much. If you'd like to pick a voice after this, welcome to. It's just upstairs. No, making me. Oh, but all the time. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me. You can't be for real right now. Really the hardware. Oh, that was so good. Is that open up a thing? Whopper. Murder D scream if you're at all. What? I don't know. That's very interesting. Well, we do still lose it. Yep. I was literally dancing with him. They did what if it was doctor. Jen is right up there with Doctor. have a challenge done. That's all I care about. Probably you don't have to say anything and then do cap it. Like, you know it's not necessary to make like the lines of the heart at the end of every match. Correct. Really small fall, I bet it does. Some of these, hang on.
Some of them, so like that one, the barbarian one, and some of the like ones that are very clearly made after real people are AI voices, and those ones seem to have a harder time picking up my, like, if I'm quieter or I know I tend to talk really fast. They seem to struggle with that a little bit. But, Razor, did you want to pick a voice? Or do you want to pick a number? There's like 100 of them, maybe? You have a preference? A preference? Oh, there's a lot to pick from. Something high pitched and I don't know which ones are high pitched and funny. The alien one?
Hello. This isn't particularly high pitched, but I think this one is.
Hello? We have this one. I can take that off. Holy. Oh no, the bells. I don't know about the bells. Unless that's what you want.
Hello. This is Cartoon Woman. Cartoon Woman. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. We have the kawaii one. I just want to. It was really hard for my microphone to work with too. It's my finish. Okay, we'll go with this one. We'll go with this one. We finished this level. Or whatever, Tom. Saved 3 chases. No, thank you. Or skill check. Can do that. I'll probably only save for a little bit longer anyway, honestly. Honestly, I'm very warm in here and that's why. I just want to be able to get off stream so I don't have to look phone. It's very warm in here and I don't know why. Not the best streamer. Wow. Wow. I'm very enjoying myself. I'm just a little girl in this great big world. And I'll be nice. Good luck, have fun. Less than 3. maybe I'll play some Overwatch off stream. I wasn't sure if Jared was coming home today, but I don't think he is. Which means I can stay up late and not really have to be in up the night. Squealing and screaming. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life and laughter. It's fantastic. Go. And it's also Overwatch. Honestly, that's my new content. My new YouTube series. Overwatch, we take our hands off. No. No. I think I'm gonna have to split my audio so I can listen to fun music on stream without getting like a little streamer. Like I see the days where I'm here like to play the daylight and Barbie after America, and I just want to be like that. I just want to live that life. I want to live that dream. I want to feel that fantasy. Don't you think? That works out for me. I'd like to thank for taking a first chase like to finish this chatting. I'm interrupted. Very thoughtful of you. Let's just since I was not a long time. Flag. Oh, it's so hard to find the totems on this map. I really was saying it's one of them. Oh, it's lesbian. I'm not very lesbian, everybody. Surely they're not, you know. I'm definitely not my hair shot on. There's no reason for the milk me. Man. At least 100% Animal Crossing to the Facebook boards, not just... If I just send you over here. You can stay home. Bye. Oh, so that's pretty good. This is Carrie's first one. And got 2, almost 3 times up. I feel optimistic. It should be. saw my own right there, John. Oh. Watch your man. That's friendly fire. Oh, alright, I healed you. Okay, what? Oh. Oh, God. Oh, roll right here. That's unfortunate. He's going your way. Fuck that phone. Oh, yeah, 2 minutes after you do this. We did do this. I'm running all these skill checks. I just think this seems like one of those colors that, like, they just walked around, but, oh, you happen to be the first one they see, they just keep going, you know? I can't tell where the edges of these maps are. A lot of these earlier maps, there's like a much more clearer, like, whoa. And I guess for me, like this one, it's tougher to see where exactly the line is. Surely he's not gonna come right now. Oh. What that was? Oh, I'm gonna do that once. I'm scared out, okay? It's because I shot my toes. No tongue. Ow. Oh, it's another one. Really? gonna have to use that. Ew. You see about this abuse as I am? Alright then. Will do. Get you that way. Yo, better not let me down this far. After everything I've done for the cause. Give me charms, don't you tell me I have the charms. I love this one too. I appreciate that she's here. It's already, but I really don't know. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, gee, at least with the gram. Oh, damn. Not coming back for me. You're so ugly for this. You're so ugly for this. Sorry. Don't you? I'm giving you ample chance to look at these charms. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh, no, I think. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. It's fine. Other than very upset. I think the charm saved in that one, honestly. I think the charm saved in that alone. Yeah! Oh, good. Oh, bye. Just the doctor told me wrong.
That was so good. Not the Huggles. Not the Huggles, Goose. Play. Well, thanks for playing, Prawn. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great night. I sometimes forget that other people work normal, like, business hours. And so I'm like, why is everybody going to bed so early? And I'm like, oh yeah.
This all feels
You're not all nocturnal like I am.
familiar.
Not everybody is a creature of the night like myself. 2 protection hits. That's not really my vibe, but okay. Don't have work tomorrow, so you're so tired. Fair enough. You can just say that you have a sneaky link on Grindr. I'm supportive. I'm sex positive. Don't you worry, I get it. I get it. West Coast Queens are still going strong. Love that. 2 protection hits. Okay. I don't bother with Grindr anymore. It's worse here than it is where you are. False. Absolutely false. Absolutely false. You know what I keep getting notifications from, and I don't know how to get rid of it? Facebook dating, which I don't even remember signing up for, but I keep getting these notifications, and there's no clear, like, I don't want to do this anymore option. And it's not like a separate app or anything. It's like attached to my actual Facebook. And so I keep getting these messages, and most of them are from people in Canada, Quebec, to be specific. And some of them are actually very attractive, but a lot of them, their entire profile is in French, and I don't know whether they're someone who speaks French and English. So I'm like, if I even bother trying to talk to you, like, I don't want to get my hopes up for that and then have to learn French in order to be with my husband. French isn't on the list of things I was trying to add on my my plate, you know? Well, that's my lack of chat history. I would rather have a lack of chat history than some of the shit I see on Grindr. There are worse things than not getting messages. Especially when, like, a good, I don't know, 30 to 40% of the people in this area have either dated somebody I dated, or they are a former student of mine, or they dated a student of mine. There are a lot of reasons for it to not work out. Hi, Doxy. Welcome in. Girl Squad. The Girl Squad goes. Even the big cities feel small dating pool wise. How would you know? When was the last time you were dating, Fraser? How many years has it been since the last time you were on the dating market? Round down if you need to. The games are okay, Doxy. About a 50-50, I think, in terms of us getting out, but 15 years? Girl. They might still feel small dating pool wise, but I don't know if you can say that having not done it for 15 years. Maybe I need to find someone in a different part of the country. I could do I've done long distance. I did it a lot in college. Didn't love it, but I was actually really good at it. I'm a great long distance partner. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe that's what I need. Bye-bye. Not dirty papyrus. Huh? Homing pigeon. I think we're gonna get out. These randoms look like they know what they're doing. Oh, not RPD. I forgot about this map. And it's a pig? Well, my optimism is being challenged immediately. need a totem. Oh. I run upstairs. Where the hell are these gens? I gotta go. I gotta go. Girl, not you running as soon as we have a terror radius. Relax. She must have spine chill as well. I think she does. I love that we're committed. Let me see if I can come help. Oh, I thought I heard someone in one of these lockers. I'm gonna get this unhooked. Thanks, Doc. Honestly, I'm not even like, and maybe I should be because she's not getting any younger, but I'm not like dying for like a serious relationship. It would just be nice to have someone that I'm like, you know, getting to know and all that. But I'm not desperate. By any stretch. In fact, I'm pretty content with the way my life is right now and would have a very hard time, I think, at this particular juncture, making space in my life for another person. In like a very long-term permanent way. You know? Like Goose and I have got a pretty good thing going here. We're doing pretty well together, I think. Oh, he's not here anymore. He left. Well, never mind. I guess just me. I get so turned around on this map. I couldn't tell you where anything is. Oh. That'll do. Keeping the little black book nice and warm. Something like that. Something like that. I just feel like I'm in a good place in terms of like my habits and routine and my space. And it wouldn't be fair, I think, to try to like add somebody else to that right now. Because I'm not in a place where I want to compromise on any of that. And it wouldn't be fair to be like, sure, let's do this, but also entirely on my terms, and I'm not willing to give up anything for you at all. You know, that's not fair. That's not setting yourself up for success. Oh! Gosh, that regressed a lot. That sucks. Honestly, more than anything, it's like I'm just tired of being the only single person I know. And so whenever like people invite me to shit, they're like, do you want to bring someone? And I'm like, who? So honestly, I just want like someone who can be my +1 for shit. And then leave me alone because I don't want to have to share anything with you. I thought she was coming in that door, girl. Exactly, Razor, honestly. Oh my god. It's over. I do hate this map because it's impossible to try to like even remotely try to 360 anybody. Like where am I supposed to go? I can only run in straight lines. I'm going in the basement. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Honestly, the more I think about it, I think a distancing might actually be kind of perfect because then there's only so much they would actually be able to like encroach on my life until I'm ready for them to. And I'd have a reason to do more traveling. This kind of sucks. How have we only done 2 gens? How have we only done 2 gens? Neither of them is coming for me. That one might be. Independently wealthy. Honestly, yeah, that'd be ideal. I would be a great sugar baby. I just know it. I just know it. Give me a chance. First try, it's gonna work. Big money, big money, big money. No whammies. That's a dated reference. Razor will get that. Fuck. Why is everyone dying? Girl! You, all right. Just hide for a second. Exactly. I'm great with money. You're gonna go and hook her right in front of me like that? You're welcome, Queen. Not people dying at all these different trap remover things. All right, this is the one. This is the one. I can feel it. And I'm gonna do that gen. Oh, hell yeah! See? Power of positive thinking, baby. Oh no! Oh, not me getting stuck! That's so ugly. 360. Oh! Oh, I need a pallet and there aren't any. Oh. Disgusting! Oh, yeah, take her. Oh, I gotta go. What are the odds she's gonna let me out? Don't. Not her hooking me first. That's ugly. That's ugly. You betrayed me. You betrayed me. I'm gonna wiggle. I'm gonna wiggle and ruin all your plans. Yup, nope. Nope. Well. Hate that. Hate that one, don't we, boys? Where are you taking her? If you give her the hatch instead of me, I'm gonna be very upset. Oh. Well. Pour one out for old Sable. Old girl. Disgusting. Disgusting! Imagine having me boop your snoot and then killing me anyway. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Not the Lightborn. Who hurt you? Who hurt you? Hi, Meg. That's interesting. The Lightborn. Oh! 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 My goodness. I hope y'all didn't see that. Disgusting betrayal of my trust. Boozin, welcome in. Everybody, hello. Y'all, stop following Boozin. I don't probably want to be friends with you. I probably don't want to be friends with you. How was the stream, everyone? Welcome in. Miss Banshee, hello. Hi, Brooklyn. Y'all, everybody go check out Boozin and Brooklyn. Our dear friend Brooklyn Marie is having some medical procedure. No, she's not getting her lips done. But if you check out her Throne wish list, you can help her get a Nintendo Switch as a little treat. She's been a very good girl. Boozin, I'm so good. I'm so good. I'm getting absolutely destroyed by these killers tonight, and it's not very fair because I don't remember any of the perks and I don't know any of the map. But you know what? Fine. Fine. I love you so much. I hope everything is going well in the lead up to the big day. I feel like trying to learn. I feel like everybody I know is having surgery. Did I miss? Did I miss that memo? Should I have pushed up my BBL? Can you imagine me with a Oof. The world is not ready. Anyway, love the new map. I got my adept on the new map. Love that. The newest killer is scary. I still haven't quite figured him out just yet. But that's okay. That's okay. I think I play better when I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. We need to be destroyed outside of the game, not inside. True. We do like the new Survivor. I'm not wild about some of her cosmetics. I'm hoping that they're gonna, I don't know, give us a little bit more range. Oh, I'm supposed to be taking... Razor, you were supposed to remind me I'm taking protection hits. I don't think I've taken a single protection hit in my entire life. No time like the present. Well, was it Minecraft that I saw you all were doing? How was that? Also, if y'all need to go, grab a drink, grab a snack, take your medicine, take off your pants. That's what I'm doing after my stream. Please feel free to go do so. You're not missing anything, I promise you. I took an edible, so I'm a little bit all over the place. What? A little bit all over the place. But before you go, Boozin, I do need you to pick a number 1 through 100. This is very important. Piece of business. Just down bad for the course. This is very much, yeah, for the like, the girlies who shopped at Hot Topic in high school. If you are an Astarian girly, you're a stable girly. That's a fact. 37, 9, 18, 27, 36. All right, this is for you. It's the Space Trooper voice.
Space Trooper. Space Trooper. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, we got a streamer. It's fine. We got a streamer, I think a Mrs. Streamer, and King Greasy. What could possibly go wrong? Catch you crawling on all fours, frothing from the mouth for Astarian. It's true. I saw that for a wish list, and half of it was Astarian shit. That's fair. That's fair. Here goes literally nothing. Protection hits. I'm not even sure I know how to take a protection hit. But I need 2 of them. Let's hope all the normal for the vampire is true. I have Baldur's Gate 3, but have yet to make it through the game yet. I got started. It's just so much. I think if I could only had to control one character at a time, I'd probably be alright. But I get, not lost, but I forget shit because there's so many different, just too many moving parts. I'm a basic, give me like a 2D. Oh, I don't know this map very well. It's giving me all these new maps that I quite literally could not find my own ass on. Oh. Is that a pyramid head? Nope. Deathslinger? Definitely too much. I know, you keep saying that. Use my hyperfixation, AD brain in the most perfect way. There are a lot of people, I don't know if there must be science behind that. I know a lot of people who are like ADD, ADHD, and for them Baldur's Gate is like so like therapeutic almost. Good for them. Good for you. I think for me, because there's so many different like little side quests and stuff, and you're not gonna get to everything, that becomes overwhelming for me. In my brain, it's like, oh, I want to do everything, or I'm forgetting something, or there's this quest that I can't like get off my screen because I need to go back and do it. And that bothers me. That's not centering or comforting for me. Got another totem. Oh. Ah, it disappeared! No! Oh. Never mind. For me, it's the bounce balance of the open world, but also remains a linear story with direction to follow this plan. I can see that. I can see that. I also only made it maybe an hour into the game, so it might just be that I didn't give it enough of a chance and didn't let it get to the point where it like sucked me in yet. That's how it was for me with Game of Thrones. It took me like 4 or 5 episodes before I really got into that. I'm so sorry, Mama Dragon, but I do think you tried to jump off the hook. I don't think you went to second by yourself. Rescuing both halves of the dragon family. You're welcome. I beg your pardon. That was rude. That's why I took PTV out of my name. Well. Come on, blast mine. I got it. That makes sense so we're like opposites. If I've got an open world, I need to know that there are no rules. And that there is no path I'm supposed to be walking. Where the fuck is it? See me? Oh, I think he saw me. Oh, he didn't! What? I'm so much better at this game than I give myself credit for. It's time that we talk about that. It's time we had that conversation. I know you're not coming back here. You are. No. No! Get off my butt. No! He's still back there? Ah! That was rude! I like the way. Can you get off my ass? Oh, the lag! You're so lucky. Also, what is everybody else doing? Why have we gotten no additional generators done? Why am I the only one putting in the effort? Oh. Okay. Did you make these? I get that. I get that. I'm a double Scorpio, so I'm just a bitch and horny all the time, apparently. Allegedly, that's what the stars say anyway. you would know. Like you would know. I'm not the one who's always thirsting over Razor. That would be my kid's job. All I did was bedazzle the jockstrap for you. Oh! Go away! Oh! You're so gross! No! Oh, I stepped in it! I didn't mean to do that! Ah! I don't know where to go! Come on, that was so ugly. Couldn't he kill me then? Can't you kill them if they're on Deathloop and you've stepped into the stuff? Bedazzled jockstrap, totally benign. Jockstraps are inherently sexual. If I was searching over you, I would have gotten you a bedazzled, like, cock sock. Oh. Or one of those, what's it called? A clonawilly? I would have gotten you one of those. I'm just trying to use you for marketing purposes. Fuck. Just trying to use you for. Oh, that was a protection hit! You're welcome. Gotta go! Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I'll try to take him over here. No! Ew! Ah! Serve! Oh, I gotta go! Oh, I tried to double back with the phone! Oh! Well, that was so rude. We were having such a nice time. I just got a raid. Now these people think I'm bad at this game. That's tragic. Next, Carrie Merch idea. I mean, who's to say we haven't already done it? Maybe you're just not following me on all the right platforms for that one. Not Boomer Dopper. I don't know what all that means. I switch back.
My sultry, seductive voice. I do want to see if they get out. And then there was just one. Just King Greasy. Why are you doing gens if you're the last one, baby? Just find the hatch. Now he knows where you were. That was... Girl, you're not... No. What? You've got to be kidding me. Except now you're going where he's already looked for the hatch, so... Unless he's not paying attention. Not our dead body. Who does gens when they're alive? I mean, I guess he got the points for it, but now the killer's almost certainly gonna find the hatch. and you're gonna have to try to get the door. And now you're running away from the door, so when he gets the hatch, you're not gonna be right by the door anymore. You know? Not all of us are thinking big brain strategically like I am, but we should be. Not him shaking his head. Girl, just go try to get out the hatch. He's either gonna let you have it or he's gonna slam it in your face. Those are your choices. Babes, you know, don't do this. Don't do this, honey. Just... What are you gonna do? Go find the other hatch? This is not the streamer, no. The streamer had TTV in their name. I mean, kudos to them for not giving up, I guess, but like also... What are you gonna go run around and do 2 more gens in the door without him stopping you? Like... All he's gonna do is wait for you to do the 2 gens, slam the hatch, which makes you having done the gens pointless, and then just patrol the doors. Oh, or he's not even gonna do that. He's gonna get that ass. Oh, I don't think so, girly. Babes, I think he sees you. He's a knower. Do you think you're putting the moves on him? What is this? I think he was gonna let you out, and you're being fucking weird now. Oh, he's not letting you out now, girl. Like, what was all that? Honey. No bed. Not no bed. Well, that was unnecessary, but I'm sure they feel real good about themselves, so I guess that's all that matters. I guess that's all that matters. All right, we'll do like what, 1 more, 2 more? One more protection hit. I can't believe I got one. I completely forgot that that's what I was trying to do. Carrie the One, Clonobilly, and Carrie the One, Pasty. Add those to the list. The focus is the loose bit. True. I've never been one for paying attention to shit. Guilty. Guilty as charged. Razor, when are we getting you to download Dead by Daylight again? Merch available on the alternative platform. It's true. On not me almost literally rattling off the link. Nar. Nar. I'm the type of person that, like, I get weird about things if you've seen mine and I haven't seen yours. Something about that dynamic makes me feel not so sexy. Not so sexy. I spent all my blood point. Yeah. Alright, I think that's enough. I really just wanted another med kit. That's all I really wanted. Alright. Protection hit. This is easier to do when you're not solo queuing. That's okay. God gives his toughest tasks to his strongest soldiers. That's me, baby. I don't know who so many of these people are. His strongest axe to his toughest smolder.
Familiar.
Oh, we got a streamer. Good luck, have fun, gamers. Must be Rick. Let's look them up. Flash must be Rick. Are you gay? Are you one of us? Oh. Must be. I'm not sure if this is them. Oh, they stream Madden 23. I don't think that's them. I don't think that's them. Cause I'm your lady. Oh. Goose, don't leave me. I started singing and he ran away. That's valid. I can't even be mad about that. You're okay. You can go lay down. Goose says hello. He loves you all. He also says tip me. His words, not mine. I will give Goose a treat after this match. Do you want to give him a regular treat or some of his ice cream? It's getting to the point where he knows the word ice cream now. He's coming back. Just a minute, Bubba. Hi. He loves the ice cream. It lasts him a really long time too, which is great. We still haven't finished your first one, and we have a whole other one in the cupboard, huh? He's got his maple bacon one now. And then the one in the cupboard is peanut butter, I think. And he loves... New map! New map! Phasing Llama, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Pinhead! Ooh. Do we take aggro right away?
The box. You opened it.
Ugly?
I came.
Ugly, and now I'm lagging. Ow! Not this. Oh no! You've picked a very interesting time in my life to be showing up tonight. Vidius, thank you so much for the raid. Ah! No! I believe they call that life value in the biz. Is he still following me? Welcome, invaders. Hello. Oh my god. Don't talk to me. Don't look at me. Oh, he didn't pick me. Never mind. Never mind. We're fine. We're fine. How was the stream? How was the stream? Did y'all have fun? Tam Mizzle, thank you for the follow. I know the pressure. I literally was just like, I'm having such a fun time. There's no pressure at all. Surely I won't get a big fat juicy raid and have dozens of eyeballs on me that were not presently. Juicing, slaying, working. True. Ari, thank you for the follow as well. Played with Nick. Oh, that's right. That's right. I forgot that was tonight. I was wondering because you were talking about doing dance moves and shit. I didn't have any idea what you were talking about, but that's so fun. What am I doing? All right, I need a gen. I need a gen. I need a gen. Oh, never mind. I need a totem. I need a totem. Oh my god. Oh my god. Nick, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Rissa, thank you for the follow. Y'all, you know the drill. Go follow Nick. I'll be checking out the VODs. Oh, I'm not ready for I took an edible. Please don't judge my gameplay or my ability to form sentences. I know a double raid. Biscuit, hello. I can feel my eyeballs vibrating inside my head, Avidius. I need you to understand. It's been a really long day, okay? I thought we were just gonna have this cute little moment. We talked about the election. That's what it was. We talked about the election earlier, and that really put us in a spot. I'm gummied up on it. It's true. It's true. My brother works at the dispensary, so I just get whatever. He gets like swag bags from the companies, and he doesn't like the gummies, and he gives me the gummies because I'm a little baby. I'm sorry. Yeah. I drank all the beer at the side of the Mississippi last night. Whoops. Whoops. Y'all are doing great. Randoms, if you're watching, you're doing such a great job. I'm so proud of you. Slay. Oh, that was this thing. I was like, what was that sound? Sir, I believe they call this camping in the industry. Oh, you got it. Okay. Okay. That's so fun. I hope y'all had a great time. Again, if y'all need to go grab a drink, grab a snack, just get up and move your body. Take some lewds for the y'all Twitter. That's fine. Do what you gotta do. I just appreciate y'all stopping by. I hope you had a great time. I'm sure you had a wholesome time playing Dead by Daylight. A family game.
You opened it.
I was talking. Excuse you. Thought you said lube. I mean, that too. I'm not here to judge what you choose to do with your body. I just hope you send me the screenshot. That's all. Razor will. All right, Evie, thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope you have such a good night. We have such a good night. Thank you for bringing your friends over. On Snapchat. I'm not hard to find. Oh, he's got that. What's that perk where it gives you all? It's not Pentimento. The one where it gives you your own totem. I'm sure you all know. You're all Dead by Daylight experts. I don't know what I'm doing. I used to play this game religiously, and then I stopped. And now I play it once in a while, and I wait long enough in between times that I play that I forget how to play, and they add about 6 killers
Present
and 3 new maps. This new killer has all these weird perks. Oh my gosh, Razor, thank you for gifting a beanie to chat. Y'all, exclamation point enter to enter the giveaway if you want a free beanie on Razor. Shipping is included. Again, that's exclamation point enter for our high gay beanie playthings. Thank you. I knew one of you would know. Oh! Where's the door? Where's the door? I'm panicking. Yes, exclamation point enter. It is totally free. The fourth wall bot is gonna pick a It's gonna pick a random winner. All you'll need to do is verify your Twitch account that you are in fact the person who won. And then enter your shipping info. And I think for the beanies, you can pick a color as well. So exclamation point enter. Did we slay? Is this what it feels like to slay? I think it does. Oh! Oh, I forgot to take a protection hit. So sorry. So sorry. Our little Sable squad. We really did that. Bitter Murmur plaything. Lots of Lightborn lately too. Is everybody bringing flashlights? Did I miss that memo? I'll do it one day. Yeah. Accidentally, I'm sure of it. We did it. We did it.
Great.
That was so good. I'm glad that we could escape when one of the raids showed up, and you can all see that I do actually know what I'm doing. Protection hit. Protection hit. Also, not me having to pull up Snapchat to figure out what my Snapchat name is, because I'm never on it. Not really a Snapchat gay. Maybe I should be. Maybe I should be. Y'all use Snapchat? That's still a thing? It's Carrie _ the one. Queer who there? GG's, congratulations. Go ahead and click on that link to claim your high gay beanie. Again, just gonna have you verify your Twitch account, then put in your shipping info. And I think the beanies come in a couple different colors, so you can pick one. Congratulations. And Razor, again, thank you so much for gifting some merch to chat. So thoughtful, so kind. Hi, gay. Hopefully you live somewhere where you can wear a beanie and it's not going to be like weird. What should we do for summer merch? What do folks want for like spring, summer merch? What are the hot products? Perfect. Well, not perfect, but that works. That works. I'm based up in Maine, where it's pretty much never warm. We don't do warm here. We do cold, and then we do muddy, and then we go back to cold. You're obsessed with hats though. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad. I really like the beanies. I've got a few of them myself, and they're all really great. I like the beanies because they're embroidered. And so I feel like they last a lot longer than like the screen printed shirts and stuff. Although I'm wearing one of those too. Oh. Your best friend is from Portland. I love that. I'm a couple hours north of Portland, but I do love Portland. Portland is where we only really have like one true queer bar in Maine, and it's in Portland. I have a lot of friends who perform there. Not the visor. An inflatable raft. Can you imagine? A whole ass whitewater raft. Minding my business, getting on a generator. Everything's fine. So we're not doing, we were gonna do another cooking stream on Saturday, but we've had to push that back. So that means that now we can do something else on Saturday though. So are we feeling, I feel like it's been a while since we've played any horror games, like the indie horror games that we like to play. We could do some of those. We could do some more of the Quarry. We could do Dead by Daylight. We could do Overwatch. Did they just buff Pyramid Head or something? Because I feel like I'm getting an awful lot of Pyramid Head. No, girly. Did they just buff him or something? Because it sure feels like I'm seeing an awful lot of him. Ooh. And that's how you play the stealth game, baby. Couldn't handle these jukes. Carrie the One with the glass. Is you in that rainbow wig with metal hands? We need more Quarry. That's set up right there. It's true. I love some scary Saturdays. We could do like one of those like little like 1 or 2 hour indie horror games and then switch to another chapter or two of the Quarry. We could do that. I keep avoiding playing the Quarry again because I know that means I'm gonna want to turn it into a YouTube video, and I hate editing YouTube videos. But I can't afford to pay someone else to do it either, so. Oh, Nick, if you're still kicking around, if you want to pick a number 1 through 100. Don't you bring him over here. I got a good thing going over here on this generator. Oh. I could have sworn he was coming for me. Don't you do it. Oh, let me just sneak in here for quick. No, he's gonna come back. What are you doing? Bro, he's gonna come get you. It's what I would do. Oh! Wow. She said, I don't want to play anymore. Miss Nicolas Cage. Oh. Not mythical pooter. Not mythical pooter. Well, hate that for us. Hate to see it. You're not coming over here. My corner of the map. I'm sure the Ada's going over there, right? She's not on a gen, so clearly she's going for the save, right? I'm coming, Mythical Pooter. I'm not gonna get there. Oh. Good thing. Good thing, girl. We'll just pick a random one. We'll pretend that's the one that I picked. Hey, girl. Hi, Mr. Pooter. That was rude. Ew! No, you can't hide here. I'm hiding here. Mythical Pooter. I was rooting for you. You're welcome. I don't have a great feeling about this one, girlies. Not the DC! I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it! Ooh! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm the only human left in this game. I am the only real life human being left in this game. Well, I don't feel bad leaving them on the hook to die then. Where's my hatch at? Bunch of quitters. You're so ugly. No! What? That did not hit me. You are so full of it. What? No. This is so ugly. I'm so over these people. You really had to come find me of all people. You've got half a dozen bots to pick from? I don't think. I don't think. Let me out of here. Let me off this hook. Come on, Sable. What a sad, sad person. Have fun playing with your bots. Enjoy yourself. Razor, did you see when you gifted that merch, did you see the alert go off on screen? I keep forgetting to look. It did, okay. Fabulous. Yeah, have fun with your bots, bruh. Have fun with your bots. Everyone working showed up. Love that. Who knew? I do kind of know what I'm doing. We're gonna say that Nick picked number 75. 27, 36, 45, 54, 63, 72, 73, 74, 75. This one is called Lost Soul. Lost Soul.
Don't like that. Don't like that. I always turn the music down because I feel like the music of voice mod plus the music on Dead by Daylight is too much. Too much. Not that geeky. We were all thinking it, but you said it. You said it. Alright, let's get this protection hit, shall we? Let's get this protection hit. I think that's a great idea. Let's go, girls. Wow, 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 wow. I'm glad I decided to stream tonight. I almost did. But I'm glad I did. I want to just start streaming more when I'm not in drag, and I just need to get over myself. I just need to get over myself and stop, like, overthinking it. People are gonna show up or they're not. I eat worms. Yeah. Feel free to vibe and get in drag on cam too. We love a get ready with me moment. I've thought about that, but the way that things are set up here, all of my makeup is in my bedroom. And like my mirror and all the stuff I use to get ready, so I'd have to like pick out everything I'm gonna use and then bring it out here, and then put it all away. So I've thought about doing that, but like, I don't have everything all in one spot anymore. Like where I was before, I had an entire room just for streaming, and so I had all of my drag stuff in there. And now it's kind of in two different places. I have thought of, because I know Avidius does this sometimes too, where like getting ready on TikTok beforehand and then streaming on Twitch. I thought about doing that. TikTok and I are very love-hate. Need a mobile drag cart. I actually thought about that. I thought about getting something that I could just kind of wheel around, but we'll see. I honestly thought about like going live via phone and switching over to PC for the games. Yeah, that's probably what I would do too. I don't know. Sometimes when I'm getting ready, I don't talk a lot because I get like focused. Or I get real close to the mirror. And that's not a great angle. This, you know, not really a great look for most of us. Some of us can pull that off, but not with this hairline. No ma'am. Not with this hairline. I love when it spawns right next to a gem. Especially on these maps where I don't know how to find the gem. Deep inspection of the floor, yeah. Too deep. Too deep. keep hearing the skill check sound and thinking that someone else is disconnecting on me. And then I'm gonna get stuck with a bunch of bots again. Oh, that was rude. Man, I was gonna get the first gen done too. That was ugly. Oh, I might get the first gen anyway. Great. Yes. See, why did that put that bubble thing on my head? That's kind of cool. But why does it put that thing on my head? What did I do wrong? Hmm? I don't understand this killer yet. I didn't know those things bounce! I didn't know they bounce! Don't they tell me they bounce? Well... I didn't realize we had a fucking sharpshooter in the lobby. Go back in the closet. The hub domain, it's true. It's true! Well, I had a good feeling. And it's, I mean, we can still get there. I'm afraid he's gonna pop up out a window and hit me with that ricochet again. It's a little concerning that I'm the only one who's on a gen. Consistently. But, gotta have faith. Yeah, this like bubblehead thing is confusing to me. Don't you bring him over here. Girl, I know you saw me. I know you saw me and you came here anyway. Hi. Hey. if it's like heat-seeking the bubble thing. Maybe. I feel like... Oh, I don't know. I was gonna guess, but... What the fuck do I know? No, girl. Oh. Ew, he's so gross. Well, at least I got the gen done. At least they got the gen done. I just don't understand him. I think well enough to really go against him yet. And I'm not one of those people who like break down the game and like I'm not gonna spend hours sitting here like trying to figure him out. What are we doing over there, ladies? Standing around doing nothing? That tracks. Get away from my hook. Get away from my hook. Oh, I know you're not about to tell me. Are you serious? Are you for real right now? Well. Okay. Okay, I guess. That was fun. I'm gonna chalk that up to the fact that we had so many singles in our lobby, and I'm gonna give this killer who doesn't want to listen to know what their name is the benefit of the doubt that they weren't intentionally tunneling me, but it sure felt like they were waiting out my endurance thing. It sure looked like they were waiting, which would imply that they knew that I was just on the hook, but fine. Am I upset about it? No. No, why would you say that? Oh, why would I can't imagine why you would think that. Certainly not me.
Much to my surprise, I didn't take a protection hit that time either. I don't know how that happened. Alright, we're gonna do one more. I'm not ending on that. I'm not ending on that note. No, ma'am. No. I will not be doing so. Whoops. Sorry, Razor. I just saw your message in the staff workroom. That was, in fact, a good idea. I don't know if I still have those to give away. I don't know if they, like, expire or anything. Wait, who's this? Oh, there we go. I gotta figure out how to market that stuff. I feel like getting people over to Fourth Wall for memberships is kind of tricky. Because it's not, like with Patreon, a lot of the folks who were joining us on Patreon were people who were already using Patreon for other creators. Whereas with Fourth Wall, it's like specific to the creator. I gotta come up with like a I gotta come up with a strat for that. Oh, let me get ice cream for Goose. Hold, please. Don't look at my butt. Excellent timing. Excellent timing. Goose, you're gonna get some ice cream after this match. How's that sound? How's that sound? He's lurking in the back. Creeping in the dark. He probably needs to go potty. Good boy. He's a good boy. He's probably confused because normally when I take my edible, that means we're getting into bed and it's time to go to sleep. And here I am. Awake and not in bed. Hey. Why did I bring a toolbox? Who am I trying to be? I can never tell where they're coming from. All's clear. Hi, 6 crits. How are you, friend? Thanks for snatching that amethyst crown. Oh, it's the unknown again. Might as well use the toolbox, right? We're gonna gen rush. Hell yeah. Don't bring him here! Oh my god, that was ugly! Oh my god, now he's on me. Wait, is this the same lesbian we had earlier? Oh, I'm fucked. I shouldn't have done this. Well, good. I hope that's the bitch that sandbagged me the first time. I hope that was her getting her just desserts. Trying to finish my gen like that. How very dare you? Exhaustion. I feel that. Someone come get me. So I can finish my gen. Why are you all over there? I don't have a great feeling about these survivors. You, Oh, come on! What? That is so ugly. You are so ugly! I'm so over this. I deserve to live. I deserve to thrive. This is not the same lesbian we played with earlier. They had the non-binary charm too. This is a different lesbian. The other lesbian let me leave, get out, so I expect the same treatment from this one. Lesbians love me. I'm real big with the lesbians. Oh, heal me, thank you. I'm huge with the lesbian demographic. Surely they will recognize my pride charms, the name, and then let me go. Oh, she's parked there. We gotta do this gen. Oh, look how far it... I gotta go. This doesn't feel like a safe place to be anymore. It's just real crowded, you know? Oh. But we only have one gen left, so I can't really be that mad. 4 hooks. Solid. Not me. Not me. Really more of a gen jockey than like a pro looper. It's not really my vibe. But I'll... Ah! Ah! Oh, I knew it shouldn't have been standing up by itself like that. I knew that was suspicious. Oh, I hated that. I gotta go. Oh, sorry, girl. No. Please! Oh! Her power is kind of annoying. I know I say that about all the new killers, but the fact that it has like a blast radius makes it pretty tough to like navigate, I think. I don't think it needs to have quite the like, they call that, is that bloom? I don't think it needs to expand quite so much. My humble opinion. Gonna slug? No. Yes, you are. Okay. Well, I thought we were doing real well. It's very interesting how this other random has 0 hooks. This feels like a pretty easy map to patrol on, though. Especially if you just park your little body. I was gonna heal you. Oh my god, are you kidding me? I don't like the squelching sounds this killer makes either. I could do without some of the audio. It's very wet. This is a very wet killer. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, do they stand up by themselves? I think they do. I don't think that it means that she's teleported to them if they stand up. It just, timing was very interesting. Please don't bring her over here. I'm so tired of getting sandbagged by strangers. I don't know why she keeps slugging other than... Oh. She was worried about the gen. Okay, great. Don't mind if I just wait right here while you do that door. You're doing great, Sweaty. Oh. Hi, Queen. Ow. I leave. I'm not playing games. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Love that. See, we needed to end on a good one like that. We needed to end on a success for my own well-being. Oh. I just wanted to see the perks. Barbecue. Floods of Rage. Enduring, that's a choice. They were expecting to eat Pallet. They were expecting to get stomped. GG. I think that's another case where maybe they were playing the way they were because they couldn't tell the difference between all of us. We were, what, 3 Sables and a Kate, so. Fine. All right. So we are going to wrap up. Let's close out of the game. That was fun. That was fun. Thank you again to Prone for playing with me. Thank you to Prone for playing with me. I appreciate it. Let's give Goose some ice cream. Come here, Bubba. Oh, you're right here. You've been right here. Okay, great. Here you go. This is ice cream. I wish I could get the microphone down there so you could hear him like slurping. He really goes to town on it. I don't know where he gets it from. Couldn't imagine. Yeah, get in there. He fucking loves this stuff. And like I said, it lasts a long time. I don't let him have a lot. I'll let him sit here and slurp away for like a minute, but are you done? Oh, I think maybe he can't get to the bottom. Here, I'll slide it up a little. There you go. I just slid it up the cup a little bit. Here. Have a slurp. Oh boy. He loves this stuff. Which is good. I was worried he wouldn't like it. We did popsicles for him. And he didn't really like them. They were like peanut butter flavored popsicles. He really wasn't a fan of those, but he really likes the ice cream. He's a good boy. Taught him well. Good boy. All right, who are we gonna raid? Let's find someone to raid, huh? Why don't we do that? Who's online at 12:30 on a Thursday night? Who do we have? Mm-hmm. 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 All right, are we done? Is that enough? Yeah, that's a lot. You got a lot. I don't know if dogs get brain freeze, but I'm not trying to do all that today. I'm not trying to do all that. How do we want to raid? How about we raid? Let me make sure that they're. Oh yeah, they're just getting started. Y'all want to raid Bitch Puddin'? What if we raid Bitch Puddin'? I don't know what they're playing. They're literally just getting started. They've only been live for 6 minutes. What if we did that? If you don't know Bitch Puddin', first off, how very dare you? She's a member of Team Stream Queens. Winner of season 2 of Dragula. And also a fellow, not bearded queen, but mustached queen. We love that. We love that. Oh, not shield mode. That's not what I meant to do. So sorry. All right, let's get this raid rolling then. All right, go ahead and copy whichever raid command you have the emotes for. Obviously, I'm partial to the one with my emotes, but do you? Do you? It's your life. You know yourself. Join the Discord if you haven't already. We'll be watching Drag Race on Friday night. And make sure to follow me on all the socials, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. We've crossed 700 subscribers on YouTube. Hello, you're welcome. Here we go. All right. Thank you all again for hanging out with me tonight. Oh, wait. Yeah. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for all the new followers. Thank you for all the new subscribers. I still have to fix this. I don't know why it puts 2 columns and they're 100 feet apart and only shows 2 followers. We've had way more followers than that today, but anyway, thank you all for hanging out. Let's go show some love to Bitch. Y'all know the drill. Follows are free. Subs are, of course, appreciated, but never expected or required. Thank you all again for hanging out with me. Thank you to all of the raiders. Let's do it again sometime, huh? Perhaps Saturday. Perhaps I'll be in drag that time. All right. Love you all. Be good to Bitch. Be good to the bitch. And, oh, she literally just went on screen. Stunning. Perfect timing. Love you all. Have a good night. See you on the internet.